I look like, which is fine. So those of you who do not know what I look like, you saw it this morning. But I prefer switching it off because otherwise I'll keep looking to see what I look like. Because I cannot handle the stress of waiting and waiting and waiting. But you've got a couple of days left, I think 2 weeks, if I can count the days. And I'm hoping that you're going to find today's webinar worthwhile. We've got until 2 o'clock. So that's a 5-hour session. What I'm going to try and do is after the first hour, give us a little bit of a break. And then every like 45, 50 minutes, give us another little bit of break because I need your attention for those 5 hours. If we do finish before the time, that's fine. But I'd like us to try and go into as much detail as possible. So I'm going to start off by doing a couple of, chatting about a couple of tips. And you might not always like what I say, but I think because I've been doing this such a long time and because I tend to get feedback from students who have attempted the exam and have not been successful, when I speak to them and ask them what were the difficulties, what was the feedback, they sort of share the same thing over and over again. And one thing I think you must be very comfortable about is that it's not necessarily the knowledge that you have. I think you all have a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. I think what happens is we tend to go into this exam without an exam technique. Like we're not understanding our best approach, i.e. something that works for you. We're not thinking through how we're going to make up most of the time for our benefit, how to even approach the exam. So I think what we tend to do is we go into that, we're very nervous, of course, right up front, and we go straight into that room, and we open up this paper, and voila, we just start attacking it. That's 50% of your exam that's going to go if you have no particular technique, because all you need is one particular question or one set of facts that all of a sudden your brain is not sort of kind of going, I know this, I'm comfortable with this, and you start panicking, less oxygen into the brain. The more you panic, the more time disappears, and now you're flustered, there goes confidence. And that's not something you want, not at all. So take some time before the exam, sit down. I'm going to go through this case study. Think about perhaps what I'm picking up, what I'm not picking up. Go through it again on your own. See if you would have picked up the things that I've mentioned or going to be mentioning today. Find a way of tackling that exam, a technique that's going to work for you. I find, because I'm extremely nervous when I go into the exams, and I do have this my brain just blocks totally, like as if I'm about to pass out because there's just no oxygen going through whatsoever. And I find that once that person says start, the first thing I do is I go straight to the questions. I do not go through the case study. A case study got a lot of information, and maybe that information is not even relevant. So I go straight to the questions. I'll read those questions extremely well. I highlight, I circle, I color. And while I'm reading these questions, it tells me what is expected of me. And at the same time, I'm making little notes on the side in terms of what becomes relevant. So if someone says, so if the first thing I've got to do is income tax, I immediately look at the age, because that's important. Am I below the age of 65, above the age of 65? I've got to look at the marital regime. I've put a little question mark. Am I looking at anybody that's disabled? So those are the things, and I don't go to the case study when I do that. I actually just write little notes next to that question. These are things I have to pick up. What I find happens is I have a very good understanding of what is expected of me. And at the same time, my brain has calmed down. My brain has started working for me because it's just coming up with those little things that I know I have to be aware of. And then once I've done all that, and I do spend quite a bit of time on those questions. Once I've done all that, then I'll go back to the case study and I'll go, what information must I pull out for those particular questions that I have actually looked at. Now, when I do that, goes to my next step. When I read those questions and I then go back to the case study, you'll find that you are specifically looking for information that is going to answer that question, which means you're going to be reading, which means you are going to find information, facts that are there for you to actually work with. There's going to be very, very little assumptions that you're going to have to make. When we are reading a case study extremely fast because we are nervous and we want to make up time, you are going to, trust me, you're going to not see information that's going to be given to you. And I think for this exam, throughout the next 5 hours, you're going to have to bear with me because I'm going to repeat this over and over again, that it is extremely important not to make assumptions. Please read, look at the facts that are given to you, highlight it, write it, stick it somewhere, do something, write it in your hands, crib notes. Do something because that information is there. If you are going to assume those, you're going to lose marks, because if I've assumed inflation rate of 7 and I've given you 5 and it's there, you are going to lose marks, and that's the other 50%. So I might sound, I suppose you mistake it as it comes, but to me, I'm telling you, please, 50% of your exam is technique, find a way of addressing these exams. And the other 50% is when you are not reading facts, when you are not reading the question in terms of what is expected of you. And if you are reading it well, you're going to be able to see that I'm asking you a question, you've got to align it back to the client as well. Okay, so I've spent only a few minutes trying to explain it, but it is so extremely important. I don't know how else to emphasize this. As I go through the webinar, I'm wanting you to read, I'm wanting you to listen as well. So please, that's why I'm going to give you a couple of breaks, because it's so important that you keep the attention span, because as always, I only have the guidelines that you have. I have nothing else but those guidelines. But what I do is I go take a look at what has been happening throughout the year, as well as the guidelines that perhaps the postgrad students are having. And I've always found that over the years, there tends to be a little bit of an overlap, because what is happening in financial planning is happening in financial planning. What's happening in the economy is happening in the economy. And it doesn't matter what exam you're writing. The fact that it's financial planning based, you're going to have to know all of that. So I've sort of got a feel of maybe what will come in and maybe what will not come in. And of course, I'm hoping that everything I bring up will come in, because that's just going to help us. But it doesn't mean that you must not research anything else, which leads me to the actual guidelines. When the guidelines were released, I got a lot of emails asking me what I thought about the guidelines, what I read into it, etc. And I think what you need to know is that we do have in your guidelines, you've got special notes. I think, how do they head it? Let me just pull out my little notes. It says special consideration should be given to the following. So you know that all the tips under that you definitely are going to get. So perhaps that makes 50 to 60% of your exam, but that does not mean that that's all they're going to test, okay? You see there's 2 pages before special consideration that tells you everything: estate, duty, tax, life insurance, I mean, the whole lot. So there are going to be emphasis on obviously these special considerations, but you can be tested on just about everything and anything, because it's all to do with financial plan. So when you do go study, when you do go and read things, please don't just concentrate on special considerations. They are important. Those are more the ones I'm going to be dealing with in the next 5 hours. And yeah, let's hope that it works out quite nicely. In terms of the TVMs that you need to know for the exam, remember there is a webinar available on the FPR website. I think it's still Sherma that did that recording. It's very important. There's a whole lot of information on that webinar. As a matter of fact, if you listen to what Sherma has to say, if you take those notes down, you're going to be pretty okay with all your TVMs. Very, very important always is that resultant rate. Make sure you know how to use that resultant rate and when to use that resultant rate. Very, very important. And of course, you'll notice that in your guidelines as well, they talk about be up to date with the latest FSB, RDR, TCF, Twin Peaks update, and they've given you a website. I'm not going to go into that because I think it's something that everybody should be aware of by now. What is being proposed, what is not being proposed, etc., and how it's going to be phased in. And I think one thing very important for you guys that are writing these exams, just to give you that little extra bit of oomph to make sure you pass these exams, is remember there is a little category that talks about if you're wanting to provide advice, not just sell life insurance, not just an agent, but an independent advisor that can actually advise you have to have the CFP designation. Isn't that some encouragement to actually pass these exams? So your best to make sure that this August exam is out of the way. Then, of course, FPI Code of Ethics and Practice Standards. I'm sure FPI always sends that out, but if they haven't, please don't bug them for those documentation. It is available on the FPI website, so you can go and download it. Also, pay attention to that because that's, of course, very important. Ties up with all your TCFs and RDRs. Those documents you must always read together. And I'm not going to be spending time on that. I think that is a matter of reading and understanding what is taking place in the future, etc. And I'm going to leave that totally up to you. So what I am leaving up to you is your TVMs and your FSB, RDR, TCF, and FPI Code of Conduct. What I'm going to give you now, for those who don't know, is my email address, because you might be going through some material, whether today or tomorrow, and you're wanting to clarify a couple of things. And I do not have a problem whatsoever if you do email me and ask me those particular questions, and I will definitely address it where I feel I can. If I can't, I will try and make reference or refer you to someone else. Fun and games, let us begin. We've got a case study in front of you, and my intention today is to go through this case study and pull out certain information that may be relevant for your exam. If it's not relevant, I think it will all be relevant. I try not to spend too much of my time putting things together that are not necessarily relevant. You may not be able to tick off a particular tip as and when I'm saying something. You might go, I don't see what she's talking about. Where does it fall under? But and I'm looking at. I'd like you to look at your guidelines as we talk all the time, because if you take a look at something like the first one, practical financial problems that clients face on a day-to-day basis and how to solve it, that is very, very wide. So that can be just about anything. Okay, so a lot of the things I'm going to bring up might fall under a particular topic, and you can tick and say, oh, perfect, I know what that is about, and others are sort of squeezed in there. But at the same time, I'm wanting you to also think through so that when you do look at your case study, you can sort of pull out a bit of information. So I'll go through that. There are no solutions to this case study, ladies and gents. Please hear what I'm saying. There are no solutions. And I'll tell you why I've withdrawn from that sort of technique or approach that I had in the previous webinars, is because I find that a lot of people then spend hours and hours on my solutions, to the point where you tell me whether I've got my financial calculations, if I added correctly or if I've subtracted incorrectly. And that's not the intention. The intention was just to give you some form of framework. And because we spend so much time on solutions that I've provided on a particular case study, you're actually not going wide enough to do any other research. You only base it on my solutions. Then I find that when I go take a look at the actual exams, because a lot of you send me those exam papers, when I look at the exams, they didn't do a full estate duty calculation. They sort of given you a lot of information, and you just had to do maybe apportionment or what is deemed property, etc. And I feel that perhaps we are losing some marks there, because I'm sort of pushing you into a particular direction, and I don't want you to do that, or I don't want to do that. So what I've done today is I want us to talk around this. I want to explain certain things. I've done a few examples for us to look at. the documents that I've sent through to you has also got a bit of some examples. And then when you feel like you really don't know what I'm talking about, you've got a little box that you can send questions, and Kirsty or Fatima will then make sure that I get those questions for us to address. Okay, so please don't expect any solutions. But any examples that I do today will definitely go through to you. So here's the feel. A lot of things have happened this year, specifically Section 7C that is sort of attacking trust. So there goes a bit of our estate plan. And then, but let's just think about who actually really has trust with loan accounts and who would be concerned about this deemed international or not. If you look at a normal client out there, how many of you have only a client base that are high net worth income, or people, or even if they're not high net worth income, clients that have trust? Not many have that. And those who have trust are probably just for pure succession purposes. There is no such thing as I'm wanting to save estate plan, or I'm wanting to save or avoid tax, etc. Nothing to that effect. So I've got a feeling the way they speak about practical financial problems that clients face on a day-to-day basis, I've got a feeling that that's exactly what the case study is going to be about. It's going to be just the normal people out there who are not running around with 20 trusts, are not trying to kill state duty, don't have huge unit trusts that we have to sit and analyze. I am a little bit concerned with the connection of stock exchanges around the world, which we'll touch on a little bit. So I still can see that this case study is going to be a high net worth client that's very complicated. I just got a feeling that this is going to be a nice, beautiful little client. And of course, if we take a look at nice, beautiful little clients that we have, more often than not, we all have financial problems. We all have wants and needs that outstrip the actual resources that we have. We don't have sufficient income. We are not understanding the difference between what a need is and what I want. And you'll know that. A lot of people still say, but I want that. But, well, you can't afford that. You don't have enough money. So, you know, let's concentrate and just take a look at that particular need. So that is my case study today, is just a normal couple that has challenges that they have to overcome. So let's start with Renee and Warren. You're going to bear with me because it takes a while for my screen to start operating. And luckily, I woke up this morning. I was so scared to switch off this laptop because yesterday, throughout the day, you'll notice all those little tabs up the top there that were full of information. Then for some reason, my laptop decided that I have nothing better to do but to repeat all the data. So I have tried to see if I could save it somewhere else, but let's take a look. So I've got Renee and Warren, which are a little bit concerned, and that's why they've approached you, because, of course, with everything that is happening in this country, and, you know, social media is a horrible thing. I still prefer the old days where a newspaper used to get delivered. So you didn't get to hear every single 5 minutes whether something's happening or not. So, of course, with everything that is happening, we're all stressed out. What is it that is happening in our country that makes us so stressed out, ladies and gents? I mean, I'm going to tell you a couple of things today, but know that what we've got is on the 8th of August, we've got a no confidence vote, sorry. So perhaps a whole lot of things will change in a week's time. I mean, this week, a lot of us were surprised that our stock markets did so well. When they're not supposed to be doing so well. I mean, I don't know how many of you actually followed it. I spoke to a CFA, I think, on Monday or Tuesday, and he was saying, Carmen, we are totally surprised. In the last week, it's just done so well. And it's not meant to. So obviously, maybe there's a little bit of confidence in terms of what's going to be happening next week. But what happens next week is again going to determine what is going to happen in this country. So at the moment, we are very, very politically unstable country. Okay, so that is a bit of a problem. Then remember, of course, What has happened recently is our downgrades. And the fact that we've had downgrades, we've gone into this, what they call a technical recession. Understand, it might be technical in a lot of people's minds, but in reality, for those people out there, those that are or have already been struggling, it's not a technical recession, it's a recession. We are having problems in actually affording just the basics that we could afford about a year ago. I don't know how many of you keep an eye on what is happening in terms of paper. I know some of you do social media. I still do newspapers. And I was actually quite surprised and perhaps saddened. I'm not sure. Okay, I don't know what the reaction should be. When I read that 60% of our citizens under the age of 25 are actually using these, what do I call them, vouchers? You know, the Pick and Pay, the Clicks Club card and the Pick and Pay. I don't even know what it's called now. I even have one of those cards and I can't remember. But students under the age of 25. Then we have a whole lot of, obviously, middle class that are keeping those points. Some of them have got between them 13 cards, like one person will have about 13 cards to make use of those points so they can live on a month-to-month basis. There was an example of a Diskim, I think it was a Diskim client who was afraid that he couldn't afford his daughter's medication. And then we got it till he was so happy when the lady said, oh, you got 500 rands worth of points, so you can pay for the medication. That is what's happening out there, ladies and gents, and those are our clients. So they need our help. And I've made Renee and Warren similar type client. Please don't forget saying that perhaps, because look what Warren is saying. Warren is saying he's an engineer and he's thinking perhaps he's got to go elsewhere. Well, where do we actually go elsewhere? If we take a look at what has happened with Brexit, I mean, that every day there's a little bit of something happening there. So is the UK the ideal place to go? I've read that a lot of people that's in the UK are coming back to South Africa because the economy there is not doing so well. Well, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the USA with Donald Trump? What about the terrorism that's happening across Europe? So where do we actually want to go? So we have to take a look at what is happening in our country. We've got to take a look at how that impacts us from a financial point of view and how we're just going to work through that. South Africans are very resilient. So that's important. Take a look at what's happened lately with Gagaba, who was speaking about his 14-point plan to grow the economy. Take a look at all the comments that were made after that saying, well, it sounds like a fantastic plan, but how are we going to put this in place? And is it actually going to help us? Look at the urgency of all of a sudden selling state-owned enterprises to the private sector. So there's a lot of concerns, and you've got to try and understand how that actually impacts us from a financial planning point of view, and just those normal clients out there that are still earning their very fixed salary. Nothing's changed, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. But in the meantime, inflation is going up, and we need to understand how that actually works. But he's also saying that he'd like to go perhaps work elsewhere, out of South Africa. Because he can generate a little bit extra money. Of course, now we all know that we have this beautiful tax exemption that says if you're out of our country for more than 183 days in terms of a contract, you don't come back within a 60-day period, then what happens is income that you earn outside of the country will be tax-free. Well, actually, will not be taxed in our country. There are double taxation agreements, of course, and wherever you're working, there's also going to be tax. Now, what SARS is proposing, and I do not know if they're going to get this through because everybody's screaming blue murder, is, of course, what they're going to do is they're going to say, if I had to convert your salary into rands, and that equals whatever bracket you're at, and of course, ours, 45% is max. So if you are paying 10% elsewhere, if you're paying, well, and even if you're not paying tax whatsoever. So if you're paying 10% elsewhere, then what we're going to do is we're going to tax you on the difference. Now that is nasty. I'm sorry, that is very nasty, because remember with the rand exchange, heavens, by the time you convert it to rands, you're earning quite a lot of money in terms of rands. Can you then afford 45% tax? Especially if you're not being taxed whatsoever, or even the differences between 10 and 45 or whatever the case is. That is nasty. And you've got to ask why we'd even want to do that. And you'll notice that also what we've also taken away already is we've taken away this exemption that we used to have when you are working outside of the Republic and you are receiving a pension fund, etc., and the component of those funds and annuity that you received as a result of years of service outside of the Republic would be exempt when you were receiving that income or lump sum taxation. Now that's done away with. Okay, so you can see that they are really, really tightening. Tightening sounds actually quite kind, but they're killing us with all these taxes, and you're now having to understand very carefully on the investments you are going to be putting your clients in. Now, this becomes very important, and as part of your guidelines is what investments are you going to be giving your client. And one of them is taking the tax inside those investments into account. Is it going to work for your client, or is it not going to work for your client? I always make an example about an endowment, but let's just go through some more, and then we'll talk about that endowment as we go along. Okay, so understand what is happening in our country in terms of our sort of political instability, the Gupta leaks, all the things. You've got to take that into account. Take a look at consumer confidence. Take a look at what's happening in terms of worldwide confidence in South Africa, and what does that mean in terms of financial planning. If I'm wanting to consider all the proposals, not only the tax proposals in terms of what they're wanting to take away from us, but please, you also have to go to the Davis Committee. Take a look at Davis Commission recommendations. That also becomes very important because it impacts financial planning. They're taking a lot of things away. Rollovers are not going to exist to your spouse. Section 4Qs are not going to exist. Donations between spouses are not going to exist. And if you think about all the planning we've been doing for years and years, we have focused on those rollovers. I don't know how many life insurance policies we've put in place so that it pays out the spouse when you die, because it is a Section 4Q deduction and there's no state duty. You're going to have to revisit that, and your planning going forward is going to be important for you to understand how that works. Okay. And of course, they asked you because you're the one who's going to calm them down, which I always find interesting when someone phones me and says, I was told to contact you because you will definitely be able to assist. Just remember the influence that friends have on our clients are very, 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 very deep, because that's where all the doom and gloom comes from. Marital status, you got Renee, who's 37 years old, and Warren, who's now 35. I decided to do it the other way around, because if Warren is now the breadwinner and Renee is the older one, it can have a little bit of an impact in terms of retirement planning. Do they retire together? Does one wait for the other? Renee was never married, has a child from a previous union. Now we're going to be looking at marital regimes, because that's also very important. So she has a child from a previous union. We need to understand how these unions work. But Tyler is now 11 years old. Her dad at the time did try and look after her because he left a whole lot of assets into a testamentary trust. But unfortunately, the way things work is that either we don't put in a proper testamentary trust and that fails, and the guardian ends up with lots of money, who then does not use it for the benefit of the children, or we set up a trust with not sufficient income, so by the time the estate is all wrapped up, liquidity problems in the estate, nothing actually goes into this trust. And this is important from planning, is to look at that liquidity. Do we have sufficient liquidity? So now the dad thought he actually looked after Tyler. He hasn't, which means that now Renee and Warren have this I'm going to say additional burden. Please forgive me. It's not an additional burden because it's a child. But yeah, now I've got this person I have to look after. And it's a dependent. It is another Another debt. That's another bit of pressure. Okay, so that's going to be important for our case study going forward. Warren was married in community of property. So I've given you obviously different types of regimes, so we can look at that. He wasn't married for long. He had to marry Pauline because she fell pregnant, and that was the right thing to do. That happens a lot in our young community. They had to split up. Luckily, at that time, they had no assets. So Warren, of course, has no other responsibility but for the care of his child. But at least he only has to take care of half the maintenance. But can you see what is happening is you've got a nice, they're not young couple. Okay, so it's like a few years before they go to retirement. But yet they started their union off already with quite a bit of baggage. There are 2 children that I now have to look after. That adds a lot of pressure to a union or a marriage. But at the same time, we've got to take a look, do they even have sufficient money to maintain these children? And if they don't, that in itself could be a bit of problem and a lot of pressure. And again, like I mentioned, retirement becomes a problem. If I've got all these children that I have to look after, will I be able to look after my retirement? And we're not very young yet. If I was 20, 25 years old with maybe no children or maybe a baby on its way, then I had a little bit more time for retirement. But yeah, we've got a client, a couple who clearly do not have too much time. So we're going to just stop at this point to look at marital regimes, because that is very, very important. They are now, Renee and Warren are now married. They've been married for 5 years. They have another little child. I don't know what made them think that they could have another child. Why do we have so many children? But there we are, a little bit more pressure. They decided to get married out of community or property because their friends said that that is actually the best thing, not to have an accrual system whatsoever. I'm not going to tell you what the best marital regime is. Everybody has a reason to get married the way they want to get married. Our responsibility is to ensure that it's fair, and that when there is any form of termination, be it on divorce or be it as a result of death, that the other can survive without any form of financial problems. That's our responsibility. So now I am just going to find where my notes are. So bear with me, because this morning I double checked that I do have my notes. Yay, I found my notes. Okay, might sound very crazy for you guys, but sure, it takes time to put these notes together, and then if they disappear, I'm not impressed at all. So this is what we have in terms of financial planning. Remember, I know I've got a lot of students who go, yes, but I'm married under the Civil Union Act, or I'm married under the Customary Marriage Act. And then we get a little bit confused what those marriages actually mean. And I'm going, clear your mind. It does not matter if I am in a civil marriage, in a civil union, in a customary marriage. It doesn't matter what the actual act is. The thing is, the regimes that govern that marriage is far more important for planning. And we have the following regimes, and you should know this off by heart. If I say Warren and Renee are married full stop, then automatically I'm married in community of property. If I go further, then I say I'm married out of community of property full stop, then I am automatically, I was wondering what I've done here, I'm then automatically married with the accrual. And if I go further, I have to specifically say I'm married without the accrual. Automatically in community, then automatically with the accrual, then I have to specifically say I don't want to get married with the accrual system at all. That is what we have. It doesn't matter what your marriage is, that is it. And that is important to understand. And if I'm married in community of property, everything basically split. That's sort of the general concept. Everything split 50-50. When it comes to tax, of course, it's only the passive side that it actually gets split for tax purposes. And anything that's as a result of trade is not split for tax. So a result of trade, obviously services rendered, where I work, etc., that's not going to be split. Remember, my pension fund, when it pays out for retirement purposes, that is not split, because that is also from trade. Living annuities, linked annuities, and also annuities from a voluntary source. Okay, annuities from a voluntary source is also considered to be a income from trade, so even that is not split. So that's where in-community comes in. The other marital regimes we don't really care from a tax perspective, because we don't have anything special from a tax component point of view. But now it becomes important to understand the definition of spouse. Then we have two other unions, if I can call it that, that is actually not under a marriage act. But that becomes important because, remember, I've got a feeling, as a matter of fact, if I looked at the stats not so long ago, very few people are actually getting married, and our divorce rates are increasing. How sad is that? But that is the case. So you have a lot of long-term relationships that are taking place at the moment. So that is actually, you can call it cohabitation, I'll call it long-term relationships. That's not a marriage. So there's certain things that they are not protected under, and there's certain things they are protected under, and this is why it becomes very important for us to understand the term of spouse, especially under a long-term relationship, which we're going to be looking at. Then we've got tenets of religion. And tenets of religion, unless they are actually registered in our country, they are deemed to be out of community. It's not a marriage, but it's deemed to be out because 50s days, 50s, what is his, what is hers, okay? But because of a lot of case law that has taken place in the last couple of years, we are recognizing some of these spouses as spouses for certain of our acts that then provide some form of protection. So now that we know the marital regimes that we actually have, the important thing is to take a look at how these regimes actually impact certain acts. Because to me, if we don't understand these acts, or rather the implication that our marital regimes have on this acts and vice versa, then our planning is going to be a little bit skewed because we don't actually know the impact. So let's just quickly look here. I've got a divorce act, and these are just the acts that I could think of offhand. There might be more, I don't know, but if there are, please, you've got to do that little bit of research. But let's look at the Divorce Act. Now, the Divorce Act, Section 7 of the Divorce Act, has a nice little provisions in terms of who actually can lodge a claim against the pension fund, provident fund, retirement funds. And there it goes and it says specifically that there is one marital regime where you cannot lodge a claim, and this is the one where it excludes the accrual. Out of community of property is out of community of property. What's yours is yours, what's mine is mine, which means that although the Divorce Act recognizes this as a marriage for divorce, Section 7 says it doesn't recognize it in terms of a deduction under a pension fund under Section 37D of a pension fund, because it is without the accrual. So you see, that becomes important to actually understand. Then also don't forget, we've just had recent case law, Ndaba versus Ndaba, for the in-community of property, Divorce Act, and the pension fund, because the courts have said, although a lot of people feel that that's the wrong interpretation, it doesn't matter. The thing is, the courts have said that the mere fact that I'm married in community of property, read together with Section 7 of the Divorce Act, it says there should be no reason why you have to go to court to get a divorce order to lodge a claim against the pension fund. That's Ndaba versus Ndaba. But then, of course, there's a problem that a pension fund is a very, very separate entity, and it has its own rules. And if it doesn't allow for this immediate split, then you still have to run back to court and get this divorce order. But can you see that I'm now needing to understand the impact of a particular court case when it comes to a marital regime and a certain act? Remember that one thing I cannot do, claim against a pension fund, is obviously long-term relationship in terms of Divorce Act, because why? I'm not married, so there's no divorce. So can I ever, as a long-term relationship spouse, I'm going to call them that, when there's sort of a termination of this union, can I ever claim against the pension fund? Well, yes, you can, because now if I take a look at the Maintenance Act, not Maintenance of Surviving Spouses Act, if I take a look at the Maintenance Act, the section has just escaped me. Section 1? No, Section 1 is divisions. It's always definitions. The section has escaped me. There it actually talks about if a contract has been entered into that creates an obligation for someone else to support you for whatever reason. Okay, they've got, obviously, those requirements. Then that becomes a contract, and if you read Section 37D of the Pension Fund Act, it says a claim under the Maintenance Act as defined in the Maintenance Act. So, ladies and gents, here is the opportunity when you come across clients that are not married, are in a long-term relationship, don't want to get married, is to, besides, of course, having a will in place. It kills me when clients don't put a will in place. But one way of maybe protecting the spouses while I'm still alive and not only when I'm dead is looking at a contract under the Maintenance Act, which is not something a financial planner can put together, but it's something you can refer for the client to go to their attorneys, etc., to actually put that contract together. Okay, important. Maintenance of surviving spouse. Here's another one, but I've got to die first. And why would, if I'm dying and I've got a will, why would I ever have to worry about going claiming for maintenance of a surviving spouse? Now take a look at your client's will, all right? Especially if your client's not married with your equal or not in community or property. But it doesn't matter. Sometimes it can still happen. Doesn't matter what regime I'm married under. But of course, I always worry about these two. Tenets of religion is a little different. I'm going to talk about them as I go along. I know I'm leaving them slightly out. It's because it's obviously case law that has taken precedent. But now remember, a will can be written. A will can be written to the extent where I am leaving a lot of things to my children. Okay. We are quite happy that we've taken out life insurance so that when one dies, the spouse gets a whole lot of things because we're all excited. We've saved executive fees, we've saved estate duty, and we don't always go to the client's will and say, well, what have you got in that? What have you bequeathed? Have you given everything away and maybe just left your spouse with a house? I don't know. There's some strange bequests out there. There was a recent one which you all should actually know about because there's this thing about putting a will in place that is against public policy. And I'm looking at your guidelines as I go along because I don't want to touch too much on wills, but that's important in terms of matrimonial property regimes. Where the husband died and the husband said, he leaves the residue, everything to his spouse. There was also a daughter involved. But as long as, on condition that, no man comes to visit her at the house. Okay, so now she can have everything. But the minute a man, he didn't even say her new lover, her new boyfriend, her new husband. He just said a man. If a man walks into this house, she's disinherited. Okay. So that obviously meant that if her dad came to visit her, or if her brother came to visit her, if her cousin came to visit her, or if the electrician had to come in and fix something, the minute a man walked into that house, then she's disinherited. Now, if we have, of course that failed, but if we have a situation where we've only given the wife something, but not sufficient, then I can go and do maintenance of surviving spouse. Because then now I can go to court and say, or rather I go to the masters first and I say, here you are, this is me, I want to claim because I don't have sufficient. And if she or he is successful under this maintenance of surviving spouse, then the will just goes to the bin. Because all these things that you had in the will is just not going to be happening. Because why? I'm going to be giving a claim to the surviving spouse first, which means maybe there's nothing left in the estate at all. Okay, so that becomes important to understand that. Now, although tenets of religion is not a marriage in our laws, they have now, there's actually been 2 case laws. David's verse, you see this problem, eh? Don't do what I'm doing. I'm all of a sudden forgetting what those case laws are. So, because I don't even have it written down, I used to know totally off by heart. But anyway, tenets of religion, maintenance of surviving spouse, there's been case law where it says that we understand that even though you're not married, as per the Maintenance Surviving Spouse Act talks about marriage, okay, even though we're not married, we are going to be recognizing you as spouses. So we've had a polygamous and a monogamous relationship, and both are now actually recognized as spouse. And that's also important to take. Tenants of religion can go under maintenance. The only one who can't is a long-term relationship, and that's why a will is very important. Of course, we got Insolvency Act, which to me is the best of the lot, because that basically just says we don't care what type of relationship you're in. The mere fact that you are together, we are going to attach both the insolvent as well as the solvent spouse's assets. And then the solvent spouse must please come and tell us why she feels that she was not party to the crime. I always use crime because it's the easiest way to explain. And if she's successful, then of course the sheriff releases her assets. But Insolvency Act just says, voila, I'm going to just bring everything and then we'll take it from there. The Wills Act is very important in terms of, well, when I say the Wills Act is important in terms of spouse, maybe I'm lying slightly, because, you know, once you've got a will in place, then it's freedom of gestation. You leave whoever you want. But there is a small little section 2 capital C that talks about where a dependent of a deceased repudiates, cannot inherit, etc., his portion of the inheritance, and if they, together with the spouse, inherit, then it goes to the spouse, it devolves onto the spouse. And there we take it, although there is no definition of the spouse, we take it to mean the normal, or rather the general interpretation of spouse, and that's where I'm married. Okay, so that is a little bit of a problem, but it's not major. But that's why it's always good in terms of a will to have the substitution. So if one fails, it goes to the other. Interstate Succession Act in terms of a marital regime is also important. Why? Because although it covers all of these, including tenets of religion, you know, you all know what interstate is. I die without a will, or part of my will is invalid, or whatever the case is, I've left out residual heirs, etc. Then those parts of that estate can fall interstate. And yeah, what is very important is actually our long-term relationship is very important here, because remember, that definition of a spouse under the Interstate Succession Act only recognizes a long-term relationship same sex. It does not recognize long-term relationship opposite sex. Now that's important, okay? Because then, of course, if I don't have a proper will in place, or I don't have sufficient bequest cash that was left to me, I can't go to the maintenance of surviving spouse because I'm not married. And I can't even go to the Interstate Succession Act if I'm the opposite sex, because it doesn't recognize me, okay, as a spouse. So that becomes a bit of a problem, so you need to know that definition as well. Okay, income tax, estate duty, we sort of touched, and we'll touch as we go along. Why did I talk about Matrimonial Property Act? Very important, where I'm just actually talking about all these marital regimes here. And that is really, you must understand any of these marriages. Okay, so let's just take that little rubber here, because me circling everything is actually incorrect. So what we've got here is we've got an act that, to me, I go, please just look at that. Okay, that is important in that act. Specifically those with the accrual. Now, a lot of times what we don't do as financial advisors is, when we go see a client, is actually ask the client for their antenuptial contract. Now, remember, I can be married in community property and still have an antenuptial contract. Nothing stops me from having that. So don't look at this ANC sort of thing and say it only applies to people that are married out of community property with or without the accrual. Can also apply to in community property. Remember, I can have testate decisions, pactum successorum. So I can have in my contract a stipulation that says, when I die, these things go to my spouse. Okay? Testamentary provisions. Some of them are valid, some of them are not valid. But it sits in the antenuptial contract. So a client can give you a will. You have not looked at the antenuptial contract. You go according to the will, but the will might not have, or might be contradictory to your antenuptial contract. And it's your antenuptial contract that actually will supersede the will, because the will is just a wish, it's not a contract. Now you've done your whole plan incorrect. So that's important. If I take a look at a contract that a regime without with the accrual, okay, you must remember when I enter into this marriage, I've got what we call commencement values. They're called net commencement values, which means that there might be certain assets that I don't want to go into that marriage. Or there might be certain valuation exclusions. I could say to you, when there's a termination of a marriage, I don't want, for valuation purposes, I do not want my retirement fund values to be taken into account. Okay. Now, if you haven't read that contract, trust me, what you're going to be doing is when you go and do the whole accrual and the whole for divorce purposes or whatever the case is, you don't only do it for death, I'm assuming you also do it for divorce, you're going to be calculating it all incorrectly. So it becomes, so that's why I've put that there, because I'm kind of going, you have to please take a look at what is in this antenuptial contract so that you can go ahead with your plan. And if the clients no longer want what's in that antenuptial contract, then there are certain procedures and requirements that they've got to follow to ensure that we cancel those provisions in that antenuptial contract. Very important. Don't forget that, yes, although my Customary Marriage Act falls into in-community or property, you also have to go read both the Customary Marriage Act and interstate, because remember that is the only act that allows polygamy. And because I've got more than one spouse, then of course you've got to see how I'm going to be treating those spouses. Take a look at customary marriages. I can have more than one spouse, but also what I can do is I can bring in a woman to bear children. Now, this woman that comes in to bear children, is she a spouse? If I go interstate, is she a spouse? No, actually she's not. She's a dependent. She's a child. Okay, so can you see that I've got to understand what all these acts are, how it applies to marital regimes, so that your plan going forward is according to legislation and is going to help the client out. A lot to say about matrimonial property regimes, and sometimes we kind of go in community, out of community, and that is it, but there's far more to it. So I hope I've helped there a little bit. So we go back to our notes, which is, I think, that one. Perfect. So we've now understood matrimonial property regimes and how that implicates, and we continue with our. All right. So I want to just quickly touch here as well. We're going again, if this is the ideal marriage or not, excluding the accrual. We must remember you have to know very well from a practice perspective that when we're doing an estate plan calculation and there is a liquidity shortfall in the estate plan, what we're going to do is we are going to be issuing a policy payable to the estate to the value of that shortfall. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be increasing this value with estate duty and executive fees, and we're going to walk away and we're going to be feeling very comfortable with ourselves because at least liquidity is being taken care of. What we must also understand is that if you look at the division from an accrual perspective, what falls into the calculation for the accrual is policies payable to the estate. So the minute you plug in a life insurance policy payable to the estate to take care of liquidity, understand, and I'm generalizing here, understand that 50% of that value increases the accrual calculation. 50% of that policy, because the accrual calculations increase, it will increase the claim against the estate. Of course, there's also a deduction, so it might reduce estate duty slightly, but you have not taken care of that liquidity problem in totality. So you've got to think that through. Okay, you could be doing things like, while I'm alive and while I still have my donation exemption, is perhaps donate to one another. so that the valuation starts balancing out. Perhaps what we can do is a spouse takes out a life insurance policy on the life of the other spouse, because as an owner, that life insurance policy falls into my accrual calculation. So it increases that value, just sort of balances it. So something to also consider when you're actually doing planning as well. Okay, I don't know if I've given you an accrual calc, because it's just things that I feel like it's something that you should know already. In the postgrad, we killed you with all these calculations, so you should know that. And if you don't, you are free to email me if we don't have time to go through all those examples. Okay, so let's just push a little bit more before I give you the first break. So now we're going into what they actually do for money and any other business interest they may have. This is actually very important. So Renee has been working as a PA for 4 years. She's been retrenched because the company had to close their doors. Remember, one thing you need to understand in the guideline is lump sum taxation. We should know those very, very well, because those who did do the postgrad, it is in every single module. I think after a while, it's like, wow, if I see one more lump sum taxation. But it's important because a lot of things have also happened this year that was introduced on the 1st of March 27. No, was introduced on the 1st of March 2016. For anyone who died, no, it was, listen to this, you see, I'm getting confused with my dates. So let's start. There was a change that took place the 1st of January 2016 for anyone who died after that date with regards to contributions to your retirement from the 1st of March 2015. Now, all that becomes very important from a lump sum taxation as well as estate duty, which we have to look at. Because now you must remember, before I tax a lump sum, I'm allowed certain deductions. And what are those deductions? Disallowed contributions. But there comes a point where on death, those disallowed contributions also become estate dutiable. So this whole lump sum taxation has become very, very important in us understanding exactly how the whole tax bit works. Excuse me, I'm just drinking every now and again. Okay, so we're going to look at that. Now, one of the things that's important is, what is this retrenchment? Whenever I am retrenched, does it automatically mean that it's a severance benefit? Not necessarily. You must actually look at that definition very, very carefully, because it says it is only a severance benefit if the employer has done a general retrenchment, the employer had to close his doors, you have turned 55, death, and or severe illness. And you have to ensure that if it is you that is being retrenched or receiving severe severance benefit, that you did not have more than 5% shares in that company. If you don't meet those requirements, then this amount that she's going to be receiving from the employer is going to be gross income. If she does meet that, of course, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to tax it as per a lump sum taxation, as per the retirement tax tables. Now, as we're going along, at the same time, what I want you to do is maybe something on the side is take a look at cash flow, budget and cash flow, which is part of your guidelines. I'm just trying to see where they are, but it's in there as budgeting and cash flow. That is very important in any financial plan. And what I want you to do is, perhaps as and when I'm talking about these amounts that are coming through, is to actually write them down, saying she is going to be receiving $315,000 at the end of August. That is cash flow that is coming through. We understand it's going to be taxed. And what can I use that for? After I've done the whole story and analysis, what can I use that for? She believes that it does not form part of a provident fund, and she's going to get an additional amount out of a provident fund of $321,500. And you must know that they're both going to be put together and taxed according to the retirement tax tables. The thing, though, is she was told by her planner that she can't touch this money. Now, well, I don't know why the planner did that. That's part of your FBI code of conduct that you need to understand why, what transgressions the planner's just done here in not telling the total truth. and that she must move it to another retirement annuity. But luckily, no paperwork has been signed, so you can save it slightly, all right? And yeah, I've got, at that point, I've got contributions that have been disallowed of 100 contributions allowed at date of withdrawal, 107,650. Now that becomes important. And what I'm now going to do is I'm going to give you a little bit of a break. And then when we come back, what I've done for you is done a small little calculation. If not, we're going to be looking at it in terms of how this lump sum taxation actually works and what flows through into the state duty. Okay, so I'm going to give you this. It's 10:01. Let's come back at 10:10. That's 9 minutes of a little bit of a break. Go and get some oxygen. See you now. We should all be back. I gave it just that little extra minute in case someone was running late. Ladies and gents, I just want to assure you, at times when I say to you, or when I say to you that we're having a break, what I do is I mute myself. You will see that my screens are changing, because what I'm doing is I'm just taking a look at, did I put in an example? Didn't I put an example? And where to find it, because my notes are not, like I mentioned, I had problems yesterday with some of my notes not saving. So don't stress when you see all these screens moving and you can't hear me. We are on our 10-minute break, etc. Okay. All right, so now what I wanted to do, and this is part of the ones that have disappeared, is I want us just to take a look at that we understand lump sum taxation. And also remember, we've got in our guidelines saying know the different types of investment products, etc., the best options for your clients. And then, of course, there's also those ASISA codes which you can go pull out. Those ASISA codes which relates to post-retirement planning is more on your living annuities, and that is just gives you a guideline in terms of the particular age you're at, how the term of that investment, i.e. how long do you actually want a pension for. Then it gives you an estimate of growth and then drawdown and how long the capital is actually going to last. So that gives you, it's a nice little guideline to go by. And always have that. Just go into the website and print that and have that with you, because that's the guideline that you don't have to think past that. And that will always help you in the exam, because it's part of your guidelines. Then when it comes to be familiar, and I want to touch on this because we are in this these retirement products. One of the problems that we seem to be having over the years is the understanding of what a pre-retirement vehicles are and what post-retirement vehicles are. And I can understand that if you are not a financial planner, because it's not only financial planners that do this board exam, if you are not a practicing financial planner, then I can understand the difficulty in perhaps understanding the two. If you're a financial planner and you don't know what a pre-retirement and a post-retirement product is, then I'd be very, very concerned. So let's just touch on that. Before I retire, now our retirement age in terms of the Income Tax Act is 55. So that is the earliest that you can retire, unless, of course, there's been a disability of some sort. It's defined in the Income Tax Act. Then you're deemed to be retired. But otherwise, you can't touch your money until retirement. That's not to say that if I've resigned from employer that I can't touch my pension and I can't touch my provident. Yes, you can. But to retire, the earliest is 55. Thereafter, you can retire whenever you want to. And of course, we have retirement ages on a contract. So a pension employer funds will probably have the earliest retirement is 60 or 65. That really means that you can stay on the employer's payroll and get cover or get pension fund up until that age. But a lot of the funds also have early retirement options, which means that when you do turn 60, etc., and you want to retire and the employer is quite happy to let you go, then you're not making a withdrawal, you actually are retiring. But that all depends on the rules of the fund. So before retirement, I have pension fund, provident fund. That's employee-employee relationship. If I don't have that employee-employee relationship, which also includes a partnership, then the only thing I can do is a retirement annuity if I'm looking at a retirement fund. But pre-retirement, I've got many other products. I can do a tax-free savings account. I can do unit trust. I can do a share portfolio. I can even, if I'm not well, I suppose I can do a savings account. So I can actually invest in just about what I want, both be it discretionary or non-discretionary products, before retirement, as long as I know that it's been allocated for retirement and come to retirement, that is what I'm going to be living on. Then when post-retirement, it becomes a little bit more limited in the following. If I've invested in retirement funds, retirement annuities, pension fund, provident funds, those are governed by the Pension Fund Act as well as the Income Tax Act, which then says that when I retire from retirement funds, I have to 2/3 from a pension fund or pension preservation or a retirement annuity, 2/3 have to go into an annuity that provides an income, and the 1/3 you can cash and do what you want with it. In terms of provident funds and provident preservation funds, I think you all know that with the latest drafts that just came out in July, that they've deferred it again. So it was going to be annuitized from the 1st of March 2018. That has been deferred to the 1st of March 2019. Will probably be deferred every year, but who knows. That means that at this stage, from a provident fund, a provident preservation fund at retirement, I can take 100% because there's no obligation to annuitize that. But if I want to, I can take the 100% of my funds and I put it into a living annuity. Okay. What I cannot do is I cannot invest in a living annuity before retirement because that is not a pre-retirement product. That's a post-retirement product. If I have prior to retirement invested in what I call discretionary vehicles, so your unit trust, your tax-free savings account, your share portfolios, tra-la-la, tra-la-la, come retirement, there is no requirement of you to annuitize anything. You can leave your share portfolio and draw down from your share portfolio if that is something that you want to do, or your unit trust, etc. Okay, so take a look at retirement funds pre-retirement. When it comes to retirement, I've got certain obligations. Those ones that obligate an annuity goes into living annuities because that's the compulsory source, and that's only a post-retirement product. If I go into discretionary investments, vehicles, etc., prior to retirement, come to retirement, I don't have this obligation that I've got to do 1/3, 2/3, or whatever. And then I can invest it in anything I want. Of course, what you can't do is clearly invest it into a living annuity, because a living annuity is compulsory funds. So I've sort of just generalized that for you. So if you take a look at what has happened to Renee, this financial advisor says, sorry, you can only go into, you've got to put it into a retirement annuity. So you've got to take a look at what options does she have. And this is still part of income tax and RF1 2012. Also important for you to understand what I can do with retirement funds and in terms of taxation as well. Because what the Income Tax Act and what RF1 2012 does, it says, firstly, we've identified what that severance package is. If it's not a severance benefit because it doesn't meet the definitions, then I'm looking at gross income that goes into the person's taxable income and gets taxed at the max rate of 45%. But if I do meet that severance benefit, then it's going to go into my retirement tax tables, okay, the 500,000 tax-free. But remember, a severance benefit only aggregates after the 1st of March 2011. Anything that was paid out prior to that, I do not aggregate. 1 March 2011 is the date in terms of the severance package. If I'm coming out of a provident fund, which she is coming out, and let's talk about pension fund at the same time, okay? When I resign, I can commute it. If it's as a result of death in the fund, remember, my beneficiaries or my Section 37C dependents are going to get the money, have the opportunity of taking the whole thing cash as well. I'm not going to go annuitize, don't annuitize. They can take the whole thing cash. If I'm retiring, me as the member, if I'm retiring inside these funds, then if I'm in a pension retirement annuity setup, 2/3 have to be invested in a living annuity, unless the de minimis amount comes in of 247,500. If the total value of that fund is below that, then I don't have to do a 2/3 annuity. I can take the whole amount cash. Retirement, what can I also do? I can go from my provident fund into a provident preservation fund. I can go from the provident fund into a pension preservation fund. I can put it into a retirement annuity, and I can even forward to my next employer that's in a pension fund. The only thing that can't happen at this stage, it can, it's just that it's going to get taxed, is a pension cannot go into a provident fund, okay? And an RA can only go into an RA. Now, see, my pen's playing. Now, important, because I get asked this regularly and I get told I'm wrong. But if you go and look at the definition of preservation funds in the Income Tax Act, you're going to notice that if I am in a fund, because must remember, I can only put money into a preservation fund if it comes from funds, unless, of course, there's a divorce setup that goes into a fund that also is allowed. But inside the Income Tax Act, they actually have a definition of eligibility. Well, eligibility being basically what monies will a preservation fund be prepared to accept. Okay, so from what source does it go into a preservation fund? And it does not cater for when you retire, i.e. you've already reached retirement age, okay? If you retire and you got your 1/3, 2/3, or your 100%, wherever you're coming from, you can't decide you want to put that into a preservation fund, because what am I preserving? You've already reached retirement age. So there is not an option to put a client into a preservation fund if they've retired. If the client has died as a member of these funds, then of course the beneficiaries under Section 37C are going to get their distribution. What they can't do is take their distribution and put it into a preservation fund, because they were not the member of the fund. I understand money comes from the fund, so there's the source of the fund, but it's from the member that has been on that fund. The member is dead. So the beneficiaries are not the members of that fund, so I can't go into a preservation fund. So you've got to understand when I can actually put money into a preservation fund and any other funds, so that there are, one, provisions, two, of course, whether there's tax or not. Now, RF1 2012 gives you a couple of things, and it says, be careful that if I'm coming from a fund and I want to go into a preservation fund, what you cannot do is you cannot split it. You can't go into more than one preservation fund. Finished. Everything from that employment goes into one preservation fund. Why do they limit that? Because clearly, if I split it into a lot of little preservation funds, it's going to be below the 24,700, and I can take the whole lot tax-free. But what I am allowed to do is I'm allowed to split it between one preservation fund, one RA, two RAs. Okay, so that's where RF1 2012 comes in, and in that sort of split is not in the Income Tax Act. What is also under RF1 2012, which is important, is what you can ask Renee to do, is considering, and we're going to look through this whole case study, and those who have will know where I'm coming from. Remember, Renee has been retrenched. She's got money in a provident fund. And she's got a whole lot of debt, and she's got all these dependents, etc., as we go through it. And you're going to, obviously, there's going to be a question here. As a financial planner, of course, you want to tell her, please preserve this because of tax, because of retirement, all that stuff. That is totally, to me, that is totally the way to go. But that doesn't always work out very well, because you've got a client here who's in big trouble, and I'm kind of going, I'm sorry, just put your money away so that you can touch it in 30 years' time. And she can come look at me and say, I might not be around in 30 years' time because I haven't had money to actually even pay my current bills. So perhaps we want to take the Provident Fund money and utilize it to put them in a safer financial position. But that is up to you to recommend. I don't know what type of clients you're going to get. Maybe they're going to be alcoholics. Maybe they're going to be gamblers, etc. In which case you do want to perhaps protect it. Okay. But what RF1 2012 does allow is RF21 says, if I put it into a preservation fund, you are allowed one withdrawal before I put it into a preservation fund. And then the Income Tax Act has a definition of what these preservation funds are, and it says you're allowed another withdrawal once it's in the preservation fund. So maybe what you want to look at is to help her with her debts is perhaps take that withdrawal. Okay, totally up to you in terms of that recommendation. You've got to justify it. But perhaps I do want to take a little bit of money out to sort of cover some debt, expensive debt, that if they had to call in that those loans or credit card, etc., it could put Renee and Warren in huge financial pressure, and they might not be able to cope. So maybe it is an idea to take some money out and cover those debts, and the rest you leave in a preservation fund, and you hope that they forget about it. Okay. But should something go wrong, then at least they still have access to this. Okay. So if there's if FPI is hearing me say that I'm saying don't preserve your money, they'll kill me, because ideally that's what a financial planner should be telling clients, preserve your money. Of course, I agree totally. The tax is a penalty system if I touch it now. But if your client cannot put bread and butter on the table and they have a bond, etc., well, what would you like to recommend to that client? And that's what we're going to be looking at today as well. Okay, so that's knowing the type of products your clients can go into, etc., which becomes important. And they've specifically spoke there about a CISA and your post-retirement type products. So that we've touched on that a little bit. So what I want to touch on, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to draw this in the, no, I'm not going to draw it. I've just decided what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just type it away, because it's going to be so much better. Okay. All right, there you are. So in terms of taxation, what are we going to do is we're going to be looking at what is the event today. Now, we've identified that she does have a severance benefit. We're quite happy with that. And she's also getting money from a provident fund. All right. Now, I must remember that what is happening is, although we have defined this severance benefit, and we're quite happy that that falls in terms of the retirement tax tables, we now have to take a look at this provident fund. Remember, I'm actually resigning. I'm not retiring. So would you agree with me that what we're doing is we're actually withdrawing from the fund? We're not retiring from the fund. We're withdrawing from the fund. However, from the 1st of, it was just before 2011, the withdrawal amount, the Pension Fund Act, as well as the Income Tax Act, changed to say that if you are withdrawing from your retirement fund, provident or pension fund, because your employer's closed doors or employer had to do general retrenchment, then we're also going to take that withdrawal amount and we're going to apply it to the retirement tax tables. Okay. Remember, I'm not going to put 55, ill health, etc., because that's already embedded in the Pension Fund Act, Income Tax Act anyway. So they've just added this extra to say, even though you are withdrawing, we're quite happy that you take both of these amounts and we're going to apply it to the tax tables. So yeah, she's got 315,000 from a employer. And would you agree that I don't think I could use disallowed contributions against employment money, but what she also has is 321,500. I want to quickly also want to touch on that amount, okay, because that's important. So just remind me, I want to touch on that 315. But she's also got 321,500 that's going to come in. So I am going to tax an amount of 636,500. I hope I got it right. If I don't, forgive me, okay. Now that 636,500 is what I've got to tax according to the retirement tax tables. But remember, what I'm allowed to deduct before I tax it is I'm allowed contributions that have been previously disallowed. So she's got a deduction of 106,750, which leaves very little tax to be paid. Okay, I'm going to calculate 36500 minus 107,650 means that she's got 528,850 that I've got to tax. This I apply to the tax tables, and the tax tables, when I look at the calculation there, it says, please tax at 18% anything over and above the 500,000. So she's going to be taxed on 28,850 times 18%. So she's going to be taxed 4,653. Okay. Now you're going to see at a little later stage when I've done the budget and cash flow, how I'm going to take this into account and apply it to what they need to do. But now remember, what happens is this. If Renee had to die instead of resigning, if she had to die, what would happen is, I haven't worked hypothetical credits here. I'm sure you know how to do hypothetical credits. If you don't, you'll shout. What happens here is, remember that if she has to die while a member, the same sort of taxation that we've just done above would also take place. Okay, 315,000 because it's been given by an employer. It can be a severance benefit because why? It says 55 death, ill health, closed doors, etc. So I can still lump it together. I have my fund that pays out 320. It's also taxed according to the retirement tax tables, and I have my 107,650 as a deduction. Okay, nothing changes in terms of this lump sum taxation whatsoever. The difference that has come in, and we're going to assume obviously that this is post 1 March 2015 in terms of contributions that have been disallowed. But what happens is, at this point, just before I do these tax tables, what the State Duty Act under property says is, what contributions, at the point of death, what contributions did Renee have that were previously disallowed, that were not utilized under Section 11K? Okay, that's your normal deductions that happen from year to year. Anything that exceeds your 27.5% or your max of 350, that gets carried over year to year, and we use that. Don't forget that. So any contributions that were not used under 11K, any contributions that were not used under the second schedule, para 2 of the second schedule, that just means that all these retirements, all these withdrawals, retirements that I've had, those contributions that were not used against those lump sums, okay, so anything that carries over. And if those contributions that I did not utilize under Section 10C exemption, and Section 10C exemption does what? It exempts annuities, compulsory annuities, that comes from, important, pension fund, pension preservation, and retirement annuity. It does not exempt annuities that come from provident funds, because that annuitization is now being moved over to the 1st of March 2019 according to the draft, which means that even though these contributions that I have here, which are provident contributions, even though those get carried over, it does not exempt annuities where the source of that annuity comes from a provident fund or a provident preservation fund. Okay, so I die, I have a lump sum set paid out. At the time of death, I have unused or disallowed contributions that have not been used under all those sections that I've made reference to. Now that amount is state dutable. So notice that in my lump sum tax, I have taken 107,650 into account. So what am I actually left with to go into a state duty? You'd kind of think nothing because I've used everything, but the Act says at this point, just before you do use these disallowed contributions to the next lump sum that pays out, clearly because of death, it is this amount that will become state dutable. That goes straight into duty at 20%. There's no Section 4Q deduction or anything, because remember, ladies and gents, even if you know that the trustees have given the whole pension fund to the spouse, okay? Pension funds are not estate dutable, so I cannot 4Q any pension fund. But yeah, I've got this amount that comes into the estate, and we go, but if the funds went to the spouse, why can this amount not also be 4Q'd? This amount is not a real amount. It's a fictitious amount. It doesn't exist. It exists inside the fund, clearly that it's just an amount that we bring into a state to attract another 20% into the Treasury's coffers. But it's not a real amount. What this amount does do, though, okay, is it creates a liquidity problem. So now estate duty and liquidity. A lot of financial planners go, but if I had these contributions in my bank account, it would be estate dutiable anyway. So what is the big issue? If I have these amounts in my retirement fund and they're still going to attract estate duty, I mean, nothing has really happened. Of course not. I haven't saved 20% duty at all by doing this. But the problem I have created is this 107,000 does not exist. It is not cash, liquid, anything in the estate. It is sitting in a retirement fund, and that retirement fund gets paid out according to Section 37C. It does not come into the estate at all, which means I must, in my planning when I do life insurance, I must have additional 20% of any disallowed contributions that become estate dutiable. Otherwise, what you have is you have a liquidity problem. And when there's a liquidity problem, who's the beneficiary that suffers the most is your residual heirs. Whatever you left for the spouse, that is reduced, and your spouse is going to come knocking on your door, and she's going to be doing a maintenance of surviving spouse's claim, and voila, there goes your whole planning. Okay, so no, this thing about the retirement contributions going into estate duty, I don't see that as a major issue. It is only a major issue if you are reaching someone who's close to 70. Please, if there's anyone who's 70 years old in the audience, understand where I'm coming from. If you've got someone who's 70 years old, then you want to do retirement planning, then of course it's going to fail miserably, okay? But if you do go to someone who's much younger, 25 years, etc., and they've got 30, 40 years before retirement, the chances are all these contributions are going to be used in any event. So I don't really have a major estate duty problem anyway. Just make sure I take care of that 20%. So ladies and gents, that's covered quite a bit in terms of your guidelines, because it's about your lump sum taxation, and it's also about to know what's going around you, understand the current and up to date in terms of latest changes, etc. And that's been a big one. And of course, Section 7C from a trust perspective, but I'm not even going into that because I believe we are looking at a client that is a normal client, if I can put it that way, someone who doesn't really have money to go into a trust. Especially to avoid duties and things like that. Okay, so I'm going to leave that out. Okay, so we're comfortable then. Any questions? I'm sure you'll send us through. So just bear with me. I've got to go back and see where my notes are. Ah, that was nice and easy. All right, so we've sort of addressed that. Oh, I did say one of you should be reminding me of this, because I said I want to just talk about the severance benefit thing as well. Okay, because you must understand that the sad part of this severance benefit that gets paid out from the employer pockets is that it is going to be, if this is all she was receiving, then that amount would be paid out tax-free. Why? Because I'm going to apply to the retirement tax tables. That really is not such a great thing. Well, I don't think it's a great thing. Why? Because I've already eaten into my 500,000 that is tax-free according to my tables. And I always go, that's when I need 8 greater tax-free components when I actually retire. But the problem is I cannot take this 315,000 and smack it into a preservation fund. Okay, there again, I've got those limitations in terms of the definitions. So I have no choice but to take it out, have it taxed, and then maybe to sort of level out the tax consequences is to then put it into a retirement annuity and then have this 315,000, or actually 315 less the tax, that will then be a tax deduction for years going forth. So that's the only thing I can do from a product point of view for that, for Renee. Okay, so let's continue. So you've established all that. I'm quite happy. The forms have been signed, so we spoke about that totally. And she says, this will come around mid-October this year. Here's your cash flow that comes in. So she's retrenched. End of August, she stops receiving her 19,000 on a monthly basis. Okay. She will receive one set of monies at the end of August. We're going to have to see what we're going to do with that money that comes in. She's going to be receiving another set of money in mid-October. Those are going to be taxed. They're aggregated, you know. So the amount of money that she receives from the employer at the end of the month will come through tax-free. Then when she gets paid out her pension fund at a little stage, you of course know, now she's going to be paying tax because why? I've aggregated those two amounts. Then I'm going to draw those tax. I get hypothetical credits as I go. So one set is tax-free. The other one is going to be minimized for all the tax that I have to pay. She has been receiving a salary of 19,000 Rand and her last day of work is August. Okay. So from a cash flow perspective, I kind of like need to know if she's now stopped working, of course now this 19,000 has to stop. It's not going to come in. And of course I've given you the fact that she's going to make a way of getting income. But if you have a client who doesn't have the ability, not everybody's got the education or the ability or the skills to be able to set up their own practices to generate income. More often than not, these type of people that are retrenched probably stay at home hoping that all their interviews will bear some fruit. So what you've got to do in terms of a budget and cash flows, you've got to say, well, how much must I actually make up? What has this family lost as a result of retrenchment? They haven't lost 19,000, okay? They've lost a little less because once I've done tax, etc., she has only, and I've worked it out on the side, and you can go work it out because this is part of your thinking. If I received 19,000 Rand a month, 19,000 for the year gives you an amount of 228,000, something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Then I take tax into account. Then I take my rebates into account. That gives me my monthly tax. My monthly tax 2,538. So she actually brings home 16,462. That is what I have to make up. Okay, 16,462. So I've got to know, oops, excuse the thing, but write it down. 16,462 is what that family has lost in terms of cash flow. Their budget will probably still stay the same. So if I don't have 16,000 coming in to make up that, to pay their budget, can you see I'm going to have to do something for them? I'm going to have to make 16,000 for them by reassessing their setup, by paying off some debt. But at the same time, I can also look at cash flow that's coming in. So I can say, look, you're going to get this 315,000 that's coming in. If I take that and divide after tax, if I take that and divide that by 16,000, then I can actually keep you going with your budget for another 3 or 4 months. Okay, I could do that. Or maybe I take that cash amount that I'm receiving in these particular months, okay, and maybe I use that to settle debt, which means that I have now reduced my budget, which means that I don't need 16,000 Rand. So if I have managed to save the client 4,000 Rand, then all of a sudden I only have a 12,000 Rand a month shortfall. And that's what you're going to be doing with a budget and a cash flow is what do I have to pay out? What maybe can I adjust by reducing that budget? When is this money coming in throughout the next couple of months? And how am I going to make my clients survive until things go back to normal? Okay, and that's the way you should be thinking in terms of going forward from a cash flow and a budget point of view. She does say, though, that she has been a bookkeeper before and she thinks she can start her own little practice, which is fantastic. She doesn't have any qualifications or very little, so finding another job, she feels it's going to be very difficult and she'd rather set up her own little practice. She's very, around 2,500 a month. She's very comfortable in that in the first couple of months, or she's actually very realistic, that in the first couple of months she might not make a lot of money, 2,500, but that's good because if she does make 2,500, that means there's 16,000 less 2.5. I've got a little less that I have to worry about, okay? Then she thinks that after that she's going to start generating 6,000 Rand a month. That's actually very, very good. So now can you see I've closed that gap even more. And I might be able to close it even more if I look at the debt that they have. She's going to be working from home, very clever thing, because now she's not going to have a lot of expenses at all, and it's something they need to do. The most she's going to be able to need is 5,600 to buy a tool. Now that 5,600 is very easy to start your practice, because right at the end of the month, she's already got 315,000 that's going to pay out. So already my mind was going, well, just let's make sure that as soon as you resign, we're going to take 5,600 of that amount. If I have to wait, maybe she's got some more money now. But if I have to wait, let's take 5,600 first, because it is important to get your practice going as soon as possible. If it means I cannot go to movies and dinner and heaven knows what else that particular month, because I've taken out 5,600 from any savings, etc. that I have, well, that's fine, because if I don't do that, then I'm not going to be able to start my practice. So this is more a need than it is a want. It's very important to keep her going as soon as possible. All right. So there is a way that I would be looking at it. Then let's go take a look at Warren. He's a qualified engineer, which is fantastic because there's qualifications. It's been in the same position since the age of 27, so obviously a little bit secure, and he feels he's got a great package. But even though he does have a great package, already they're feeling they're not coping. So with the retrenchment, it's going to be even more difficult. So let's look at what he's got. He's got 58,000 gross salary. And of course, in the salary, there's always some form of PAYE that's held back. I've put that in so that we can understand how it works from a cash flow budget point of view. He gets 6,000 travel allowance, and he gives you business travel of 4,000. So obviously he's sort of scoring 2,000 in a way. And this is where, although it's not part of your special consideration, remember income tax, understanding fringe benefits will always creep in somewhere. So there I've got a deduction, which is fantastic. Okay. His employer pays 100% of his medical contribution, important, a fringe benefit. But at the same time, you must understand that saves us quite a bit of money, because if the contribution is 2,300, it's not 2,300 that actually comes out of my pocket. I only get taxed at 45% of that. So it's only 45% of that money that actually comes out of my pocket. So it is beneficial that employers actually pay medical aids, etc. But Tyler and Paul, he's having to pay by himself. So that is a cost, a total cost by Warren, because that's not what the employer is paying. So now note, ladies and gents, that is part of your budget. Okay. So the client is not going to give you a budget as much as we ask him. But yeah, I'm giving you information because you got to put that budget in place. But again, I'm going to emphasize this. Maybe the budget is already given to you. Then you just work with that budget. If information is given, work with that information. Don't go sit and assume. So they've, in terms of their medical aid, they have not been unhappy, but of course, there's always a bit of concern, because up until this point, Renee has covered the out-of-pocket expenses because she has generated some income. They now feel this is going to be a bit of a problem. They're going to perhaps have to go onto a comprehensive cover because we need this extra expenses to be covered, but that's going to cost an additional 1,700. So now you've got to understand medical aids. And you've got some notes here. And what do we need to understand about medical aids? I don't think they're going to go into, do you understand the valuation? Do you understand the solvency? I don't know. Let's just quickly, medical schemes and basics of short-term insurance. So in relation to a client, I don't know if we're going to go into things like, does the medical scheme have a solvency ratio? What is the solvency ratio? I don't know. Just know it. But I kind of go, what does these rules in terms of medical schemes mean to your client? We do have a lot of these situations. You are fully aware of it, that you go see a client, and the client actually wants the least expensive option. They don't really even know what that option is. They just know that they're only paying 500 Rand or 1,000 Rand for it, and that's it. They're quite happy. And then something happens, and all of a sudden, I don't have a comprehensive plan. I'd like to go to a comprehensive plan. And then the chances are, and that's why there's a lot of protections against the providers, is because then once this condition of mine has disappeared, then I want to downgrade again to the lowest option. So you need to understand what happens when benefit options are changed. Can it be changed throughout the year? You understand, the medical aid particularly gives a preference to the provider to say it's up to you. If you want your client to go into a comprehensive plan throughout the year, then you're going to accept them, okay, which is not ideal because the claims ratio then starts increasing. And a lot of providers go, no, you can't go up, you can go down. What is up, what is down is totally up to what their options is. So this is a problem. You cannot go into a comprehensive cover now because that's probably going up. It's going to have to wait until the end of the year, which means that in their budget, I'm going to have perhaps emergency money that has to be set aside to cover all these out-of-pocket expenses. Understand also that if I am sitting inside the same medical provider and all I'm doing is going from option to option, then this medical provider cannot put waiting periods at all on those on that new option that I've selected, okay? I can only have waiting periods when I move from provider to provider. You need to understand what those waiting periods are because a lot of times it is easier or more clever to actually stay in the option that you're in and find another way of saving money on the side for all these expenses that perhaps your fund does not pay, because going to another fund with potential 12 months condition specific might kill you. So from a financial perspective, it might actually be worse. Okay, so you've got to look at from that perspective. Also, what you've got to understand from medical aid or medical schemes is the late joiner penalty. Okay, that's also always very important, and open schemes and restricted schemes. I think that's sort of what I would be looking at from a medical scheme because that impacts those clients of yours. Okay. Considerations, and one was what happens if your medical aid becomes insolvent. Okay, so what happens with your savings and claims, etc., which is very interesting. And then there was another one I cannot recall, but that is very actually pertinent to a client, because if you are on a medical scheme and the provider becomes insolvent, what does it actually mean to you? What about those contributions you paid? Does it form part of the medical scheme's assets, or are they yours? What happens with all the claims that you put in that perhaps haven't been paid yet? Yeah, that is also consideration, but I'm not too sure how deep they're going to go in terms of medical, but understand the general aspects around medical schemes and how that impacts your client. Now what I've got to do is I've kind of go, well, I'm now potentially increasing it with 1.7, the budget. Do I want to increase it with 1.7? Is it going to justify it? Let's look at the out-of-pocket expenses. Is it really going to be justified that I have to increase my budget by 1.7, or can I look at something else? Okay. Here is a member of a company pension fund. Employer contributes 5% and warrant the other. So now we must understand that this is a fringe benefit, and which leads us to our retirement deductions. I just want to make sure we understand those retirement deductions, and let me see if I can do a pen. Right. So it says that you're allowed to deduct the greater of 27.5% of remuneration or taxable income, okay? The greater of the two. And then you are going to allow a deduction, the lesser of the above that you've just calculated, or 350. And of course, there is a further limitation, which no one really thinks about, but that further limitation is I can only deduct actual contributions paid. So even if your maximum that you're allowed, or your lower that you're allowed is 350, but I've only contributed 100,000, then you can only deduct 100,000. Okay, so that's the important bit. And I think this is very simple. This is not that complicated at all. And I think a lot of us are actually quite used to this by now. It's 27.5. I think the difficulty comes in terms of the understanding of what remuneration is and the understanding of taxable income, especially taxable income, because taxable income only became, SARS only provided us with some clarity towards the end of last year in terms of what is taxable income. So remuneration, let's just look at remuneration first. Remuneration is everything that your employer gives you. Okay, that includes your salary, your commission, any annuities that they may be paying you, allowances, all your fringe benefits, including the fringe benefit of the retirement annuity or the pension fund that the employer is contributing, any risk fringe benefits, everything that you get from your employer as part of remuneration. Taxable income, of course, in taxable income is remuneration. So if all you receive is remuneration and nothing else, then that equals taxable income and off you go. But in taxable income is also other income stream like interest, dividends, maybe rental income. Maybe you are doing, what are those people called where they do 3-4 jobs at the same time? Maybe you're those, there's a name to it and I can't recall now. So you are probably making other income over and above remuneration, which now potentially increases taxable income. Okay, so you've got to say, what is remuneration, what is taxable income, whichever, the one that is higher is the one I'm going to use 27.5%, which now leads me to taxable income. When is it taxable income? Now you go, I'm going to be doing gross income, and inside my gross income includes my remuneration clearly. Then I'm going to be doing my exemptions, because part of taxable income is on income after my exemptions. Then I'm going to be looking at my deductions, and I'll start with Section 11A deduction. Then I'm going to be looking at a assessed loss that comes in, okay? And then there is my 11K. I'm just sort of summarizing because I can't see them going too deep into this. Section 11K deduction, but I cannot deduct at the stage. Excuse my spelling because I'm just typing away. I cannot deduct at this stage because I don't know what taxable income is. Okay, so right after Section 11K, I add my Section 8 allowances. These are my taxable allowances. So in my remuneration, if you look at Warren gets a travel allowance of 6,000 Rand a month. Inside remuneration is that full 6,000 Rand on a monthly basis. Inside taxable income, it does not form part of my gross income, but what it does is that Section 8 allowance, the component that is taxable, is added to taxable income. And only, in terms of Warren, only 2,000 is taxable income. Okay, so there's a slight difference there, uniform allowance, etc. Okay, then, of course, I've got donations, but here, let me just make a little gap here because CGT, in a way, gets in there. Although CGT is right at the end, I understand, but CGT sort of gets added there. And then I have donations, right? Then I have taxable income. But now, Section 11K specifically says what I can take into account, what I can't take into account. And one thing it says is do not take donations into account. So donations I'm going to take for determining my taxable income, I take donations out. But for the purpose of 27.5%, I will take CGT into account. I will take CGT into account, okay? For the purpose of 27.5%. Once I've got that, I've got taxable income, I'll compare these two and I take 27.5% of that. However, for the actual deduction, I cannot take CGT into account. Okay, so that sounds like a total mess. Let me try and see if I can explain it. And I need my calculator because I always need my calculator. So let's just assume I've got a salary of 400,000. Okay, so that's my remuneration. And that same year, I've made a taxable capital gain of, let's say, 100,000. Now you'd agree I've got taxable income of 500,000. And I'm going to take a look and say, which is the greater of the two? At this stage, the greater of the two is my taxable income. Would you agree? Salary remuneration is 400. A taxable income is 500. So I'm going to take 500 and say, what is 27.5% of 500? And says, it is 137,500. Okay, so clearly this is lower than 350. So comfortably I can deduct 137,500 if those are the contributions I've made. If I've never made any contributions, this would be the answer to the question that says, how much can they contribute towards a retirement fund for tax purposes? Well, they can contribute 137,500. But the actual deduction, this is only the 27.5%, the actual deduction has to be taxable income less capital gain. So let's look at that. Taxable income of 500,000 less my gain of 100,000. I still can deduct up to 350, but comfortably I can do 137,500. Okay, happy. Now let's look at the other way around. What if my salary is 100,000? My remuneration is 100,000. What if my taxable capital gain is 400,000? You'd agree that I still have taxable income of 500,000. And if I take 27.5%, I'm again on my 137,500. Nothing is different. However, my deduction, this 137,500, is limited to taxable income less capital gain, and I am only allowed to deduct, it's already worked it out, I'm only allowed to deduct, instead of 137,500 that we had at the top here, I'm now only allowed to deduct 100,000, okay, and that's where this 27.5% in capital gains tax comes in. So I hope if anyone had any form of confusion, hope that I've helped take that confusion totally out, because that's the way going forward. Okay, comfortable. Of course, like we said a little earlier on, any contributions, so if I have made contributions of 400 and I'm only allowed 137,500 or 100,000, doesn't matter which amount it is I'm allowed, then what the excess gets carried over to the next year of assessment, and I add it back to my 27.5%. Excess goes over until an event takes place, a retirement, a resignation, a death, whatever. Then I'm looking at my disallowed contributions, and when I die, disallowed contributions become estate duty. Mouthful, but I hope that we worked that one out nicely. Okay, so let's go back to our case study. Fantastic. Where we are. Okay, so we're now on this, we've spoken about these contributions, we're happy, and now of course what we're going to do is they're giving us information that becomes quite pertinent in terms of retirement planning, because it tells you how much I contribute, it tells you what the fund value is and how it's growing, etc. Okay, so we're happy with that, and we're going to look at retirement planning in a sec, because not retirement planning in a whole, I just want to touch on the TVMs and the resultant rate so that we're comfortable on how that actually operates there. They've sort of given you that they prefer more conservative approaches. So now look here, I think this is sort of saying what type of products would you get your client into. At the moment, you don't know if he's got a shortfall, etc. But yeah, you have a fund that he only contributes 5%. And this is sort of the growth of that fund, which perhaps is not so bad nowadays. The fund does have a category which allows employees to contribute over and above that 5%, as well as have their own investment funds. The company has a default, okay, and don't forget, guys, it's not in the exam guidelines, but Reg 28 always creeps in somehow. Make sure they are compliant. So your question, yeah, is when I start doing a retirement plan and I notice that there is a shortfall, what type of product am I going to give my client? Now, we know that all retirement funds are taxed according to the untaxed policy fund, you know, the 5-fund approach in the life insurance platform. So it's not like as if there's tax that I really have to sit and worry about. But there are other issues that I'm going to have to think about, and that's what you need to see from a product perspective. Now, if I have to contribute more, do I encourage Warren to contribute into the existing pension fund, or do I implement a new retirement annuity for him? And you now have to understand the differences. Well, if I put it into the existing fund of the employer, then you must understand that I am really relying on the employer trustees, whoever that are on the board, to make investment decisions for you. And if you maybe you can do your own investment decisions, but what funds are available? Okay. The fact also that this money sits in a employer fund, the minute there's a resignation, it comes out of that. Maybe that is a problem, that you got to wait until the employer's retirement fund, if there's no ERBs, early retirement fund. So those are the things to consider, where if I put it into a retirement annuity, taxation is the same, deductible from contributions is the same, but maybe I'm more in control in terms of what my funds, the investment funds that I want to select. I can perhaps review them on a more regular basis. Also, don't forget that it is not employer-employee relationship, so I don't have to preserve it every time I resign. Okay, so those are the type of things that you need to look at in terms of what products you are going to put your clients into. Okay, so we go further. We've spoken a little bit. I don't want to touch on everything that we sort of spoke about, but there is a question box if you need to. Here we have another situation where the company actually has another benefit, and that is because these engineers are on site on a regular basis, they actually provide meals on site, the value of 85 Rand a day. Okay, so now if you look at a fringe benefit for this, this is definitely a fringe benefit, all right? I worded it such that it is a fringe benefit, because there are times when meals given to an employee is not a fringe benefit. But we're going to take it that this meets the requirements of fringe benefit. Now, if this is a fringe benefit, I am not necessarily giving him 85 Rand a day. I'm giving it in the form of meals, but I'm raising a fringe benefit. So 45% of that is actually a cost from my pocket. Okay, am I making sense? So I'm getting 85 Rand a day, which really equates to 1,700 Rand a month, which when I read, yeah, he doesn't like that food. He's spending his own money. So now it's costing him double. The fringe benefit on 85 Rand a day, which amounts to 1,700 a month, okay, of which I'm spending elsewhere, and I'm paying 45%. I hope I didn't go into circles. So 1,700 a month is a fringe benefit. It's costing me 45% of that 1,700 a month. Okay, so it's nearly like 57,420, if my math's right. That is costing me from a fringe benefit perspective, and then I'm also taking, I'm assuming, another 85 Rand out of my pocket to actually fund my meals, because I just don't like what they're giving me. So can you see it's a double cost. At the end of the year, I have spent, or not spend, wasted 104,400 fringe benefit and money out of my pocket for the meals. So here is kind of going, what are you doing? This is crazy. So immediately, without touching much of their budget, okay, I can save them 1,700 Rand a month. And if I really need to go into a more comprehensive fund, if that is allowed, be it now or at the end of the year, then I've got that 1,700 Rand by doing just about nothing. Okay, so this is the type of thing, then you point out back to the client. And then there comes cash flow in again, because around about end of January, I get a bonus. So if I look at Warren and Renee, yeah, it does seem like they've got a few problems, because retrenchment is always a big problem. But if I start looking at the cash flow that is coming through, and only one little bit of change that I've done on their funds, maybe it is not such a bad thing. And maybe my clients, Warren and Renee, are going to be coping for the next year until things go back to normal. So let's go take a look at assets and liabilities. Then we'll do a couple, then we'll take a bit of a break. Okay, so she's got Renee has got a car. There's the value and the cost. She has only 13,500 that is left over. She is thinking of replacing it because this car is already old. So there is a question mark in terms of, okay, when is she thinking of replacing it? Because this is cash flow going out. I've got to see when cash flow comes in, when cash flow goes out, to see, can I actually manage the two, or am I going to have to increase this budget? Is it a need? Is it a want? Okay, so I've got to consider that. Consider the fact that she's going to actually work from home. So maybe I can push this need of a car for another 2-3 years. All right, so I've got to consider that. She has computer equipment and she's a keen photographer. Okay, sorry, and those things never appreciate, they actually depreciate, so it should have been the other way around. But yeah, now our question, I would, because I'm a very curious financial advisor, so I'd go, but if she's a keen photographer and she's got the specialist camera, why is she not making extra money out of that? Why is she not considering making extra money out of that? Okay, because you know what, when you're in financial difficulties like this, you pull out all the stops to make sure that you keep going. There's, especially if you have dependents, there's no such thing as I don't want to do it or I don't have time. You just push. Okay, now look at this. She's got a savings account with a bank at 3.5%. Okay, she saves whenever she's got spare money. I don't know how she saves when she's got spare money, when she's got a debt there. She's got a credit card here that's attracting 15.3. She pays 600 Rand a month there. She's got a clothing account, and in my mind always goes, you got these debts. They're not big debts, okay, but they definitely are debts, and it's increasing my budget. But you save money as you go along. I mean, 3.5 verse, okay, this one's interest free, but 3.5 verse 15.3. Am I really saving money? I'm sitting with 111,000 there. So immediately I go, all right, I can't see how much her car's costing her. Maybe she's going to tell me that a little later, but I can settle that. I can settle that. I can settle that. All right, yes, I am taking liquidity away from her, which we've got to consider, but don't forget, liquidity is coming in. Okay, and I've got to decide whether I'm going to put that money into a preservation fund and hope that she never touches it, or do I take that out and ease her financial difficulties? Okay, so there already I kind of go, what is she looking at? Now, remember, she needs 5,600. That's an outflow. She needs 5,600 for QuickBooks. So she's got that already. So I don't have to wait for money that gets paid out from her employer, from her fund. So maybe there is an opportunity of putting that fund into preservation fund, because she can afford to buy the package as well as pay off some of her debt. Okay. Then I've got Warren, and there he's also got his little bit of debt. They've been frugal in a way because, yeah, he's got a little Jeep, but it was secondhand. It's a 12.5, which is still high. Paying 1.5, also again not a very big debt. The biggest debt is obviously their bond repayment, because yeah, they're paying 10,000, interest at 10.5%, and we're going to see a little bit of concerns that he has there, and they've had to increase it because of they've had to borrow some extra from the excess bond side. So they've got 25 years left to go. They've got a Sun certification. Nice. They don't have to, there's no debt there, but of course, I've got to take into account in terms of their budget that there's 4,000 a year that I've got to pay there. All right. One thing you must understand, part of TVMs, to remember mortgage repayments. Okay. Don't forget that, because if I'm going to make a recommendation that perhaps we can reduce that by the extra monies that are coming in, then they're giving you sufficient information here to recalculate a bond repayment, because that's going to be part of the budget. So know the amortization bit well, part of your TVMs, because you may be asked to do that. All right. So consider that as well. Then what I've got here, I'm just going to go through it, give you a break, and we come back into the finer details. Then what I've got here is unit trust, offshores. This is a RAND denominated global fund. All right. This is where it's sitting at. He contributes 2,000 Rand a month. He's done it for 4 years. 5% average, not the best. But maybe it's a good thing at the moment. We're going to be looking at these economics, current affairs, etc. Maybe it's a good thing to leave money offshore at this stage. I think that's a recommendation. But also you want to see is exactly where. But this is Rand denominated, so it's not too much of a train smash. But where I'm doing direct foreign investments like this, okay, I'm investing on a unit platform, obviously UK, it's pound-based, that's your currency. I've given you Rand. You know, this money that was given to him, so he doesn't have a problem playing with it a little bit. But is it a good thing to have money there? Exchange rates, the thing with Brexit happening. Is it a good thing? Is it not a good thing? Okay, so we're going to be looking at that when we come back. So it's 11:15. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're back at 11:25. Okay, 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. It's on record. All right, so I've received some questions, which I think it's important that we address them because it's most of them is about taxation of retirement funds and estate duties. I think we need to address that. I'm going to read it out just in case I misunderstand it. And then, of course, you have the opportunity of just quickly letting me know if it works or not, and I'll address it again. So we have a question from Wesley. Wesley, I'm reading, it says, can you perhaps give some clarity in terms of how retirement reform will affect the one withdrawal before 55 from preservation funds? Okay, so I'm reading it like this, and if it's not the way I'm understanding it, you're going to tell me. So what happens is, I've got a little, I thought that was going to work. Okay, it's 1st of March 2019. So that's what we're sort of looking at, okay? So even if it works the same as, even if it's the same as 1st of March 2018, nothing is going to be different there. So what they're saying is everything before that time, we're going to be leaving it in terms of the old rules. Nothing is going to change there, and anything that happens after that is going to be the new rules. Okay, I was trying to actually type this because it's so much easier than you seeing my scribble. So let's see if I can. Perfect. So anything prior to that 1st of March 2013 or 2019 or 2018, whatever it's going to be, is going to be what we call the old rule. So I do not have to annuitize at all. No annuities that I have to put in there. Then anything obviously that comes after that, then that portion is going to have to be an annuity. So this little thing prior, all the growth, all the contributions and growth up until that point is going to be preserved as it is. When I retire, etc., that portion I can take 100%. All my contributions after, all the contributions and growth after that 1st of March or that point, then obviously when I retire, there's going to be a 2/3 that has to go into an annuity, and of course my de minimis amount is going to be applied on that amount as well. Okay, so I can potentially have everything 100% still paid out to me if the component after 1/3 is actually going to be annuitized is still below my de minimis amount. Now, the preservation fund comes in here. Of course, you know, so let's touch on that. Sorry, Wesley, let's just touch on that. So if I'm 55 okay, if on that date I'm 55, so obviously everybody that would not have turned 55 at the age of March 2018 are happy because they may turn 55 in 2019. But on the 1st of March, if I am 55 on that date, there's no new rules whatsoever. Everything is old rules, so everything is 100%. So if everything is 100% and I resign and I move all this into a preservation fund, then you must understand I am allowed my one withdrawal before it goes into a preservation fund. Once it's inside a preservation fund, I'm still allowed my one withdrawal. Okay, so nothing there changes. But let's assume I'm not 55. Okay, let's assume I'm not 55 and I've got this old component and I've got this new component. Remember, the annuitization part is really for retirement purposes. If I have to resign, so let's take this out of here so I can show you nicely. So if I have two components here, this component and that component, and I resign and I decide I'm going to put this into a preservation fund, what happens is it goes into one preservation fund, okay, but the provider that you invested with is going to have to do two little pots in that one preservation fund, and this is going to go into that pot. I've got to keep it very separate because it's always old rules, and I'm going to have to put that into the other little pot, which is the annuitized, and it's got to be kept in one product but separate. How they're going to do it from an admin point of view, I'm not too sure, but that's sort of the idea. So the question here is, what will happen to my one withdrawal before 55 in these preservation funds? Nothing is going to change. The definition, the RF1 2012 at this point, there's no indication that's going to change. RF1 2012 says I can do one withdrawal because this is a resignation. I do not have to do annuitization rule. So I'm allowed one withdrawal of this amount before it goes into its little pots. The question though is, what pot am I touching on in terms of that one withdrawal? Okay, that's the question that we should be asking. And I don't know the answer to that. Okay, so that I actually don't know the answer to. Now, once I'm in the preservation fund, I'm also allowed to take one withdrawal while I'm in this preservation fund. So nothing has stopped me from the withdrawal bit. But Wesley, one thing I'm just thinking now, so I don't know if that's where your question is coming from. So my withdrawals still stay, one withdrawal before it goes into preservation fund, another withdrawal when it's inside the preservation fund. What we don't know yet, because I haven't even thought of it, is where does my one withdrawal come from? Does it come from the old pot? Does it come from the new pot? It'll be ideal for it to come from the new pot if you think about it, because then maybe I can keep it below 24,500. But that is something that I'm going to write down and think about. But first, I'm going to just apply my mind to see, is it something that's going to even happen in the exam? If it, I doubt it's going to be. But if it is, I'll definitely give you an answer before the time. If I don't think it's going to be in it, I can't at this stage really think it's going to be in it. I will find out anyway. And I've got your email and I'll respond to you. Those who want to know, you must just let me know you want the answer to that and email me as well. Carmen, discoverymail.co.za. Okay, so that's question one. Thanks, Wesley. I think that's your question. I think Jacqueline's question is, if the disallowed contributions from the Provident Fund pays to beneficiaries at death, will the beneficiary be taxed? What if it was disallowed contribution in terms of RA or pension? Okay. So let's do the general picture, because then from there it makes it so much easier. So disallowed contributions at death, a portion, so yeah, I've got my retirement funds and yeah, I've got estate duty. Okay. So the portion that goes into my estate duty is irrespective of whether those contributions are disallowed in terms of a pension fund that I've been in, a provident fund that I've been in, or a retirement annuity. Because remember what happens is every year SARS gets your assessment, your year-end assessment. In your year-end of assessment, certain information is already populated. That from your employer is already populated. And sorry, a question just popped up and just took me slightly off the path. So let's go again. So if I'm a member of a pension fund or a provident fund or retirement annuity, and I can be members of all three because that's what employers sometimes do. So let's assume I'm actually a member of all three. And the contributions that my employers make, the contributions I make, those are lumped together, and every year it goes 27.5%. What am I allowed? What am I not allowed? And it gets carried over to the following year. Now, SARS gets that information directly from the employer in terms of what contributions they're making. Remember, when you submit your year-end of assessment, you are going to say whether you are contributing to a retirement fund. Then what SARS does is SARS calculates what your 27.5% is, and they say Carmen is only allowed 100,000. 100,000 is a deduction, but with all these contributions that she puts to all these retirement funds, she's actually contributed 500,000. I'm only allowing 100, so 400,000 gets carried over. Okay. Should I die at that moment where I've got 400,000 contributions that are disallowed with all these funds, some of them from pension, provident, RA, then that whole 400,000 becomes estate dutiable. So the estate duty portion doesn't really matter where those disallowed contributions have come from. That time it is disallowed. SARS actually lumps everything together, which I think is a bit of a problem, but it doesn't matter. SARS lumps it all together. Next year you'll find out that you've got 400,000 to carry over. Then you make another contribution. Off you go. Death. We take a look at what have you got at that point, and that becomes estate dutiable. So the next question, or part of this question, says, well, think about this process. So every year I have done 500,000 into the RA. Let's just go like that. Okay, 500,000 over the years gone into an RA, 600,000 over the years gone into a pension, and another 600 have gone into a provident fund. Okay. This is money, these contributions are sitting inside the fund. So inside the fund, there is no such thing as disallowed contributions in a way, okay? Because it's all part of my fund money. But that said, of course, what's going to happen is, should I die, SARS is going to want to tax that whole amount, which includes all these contributions that you've been making that is deemed to be disallowed for estate duty purposes. But inside this fund, when it pays out this 1.7, if I can add it up quickly, this 1.7 says, I want this money to be taxed. Now, you must remember, when I say I want this money to be taxed, it is going to be taxed in the hands of the deceased, in that we are using the deceased retirement tax tables. But in effect, it is coming out of the monies that will pay out to the beneficiaries of this fund. So indirectly, it is the beneficiaries who pay because they're going to receive less. But the process of taxing is the fund, or rather SARS, is going to issue a tax directive on the fund on these amounts based on the retirement tax tables of the deceased. So I'm going to aggregate everything that has happened in the deceased lifetime. But that 500,000 that I said to you, or the 700,000, whatever, I can't recall the amount now, that I said to you were disallowed, that become part of estate duty, will also be allowed in terms of these lump sums that are sitting here. Okay, so this lump sum will also be reduced by these disallowed contributions, and whatever is left, SARS then applies the tax tables for the deceased in terms of the retirement fund taxation. So it's not the beneficiary that is taxed, because it's not taxed in the hands of the beneficiary. Okay, it is actually taxed in the hands of the deceased in terms of retirement tax tables, all the aggregations of the deceased is what we're going to be taking into account. The disallowed contributions will apply to the amounts that are paid out by the deceased, if I can put it that way. But yes, effectively, the people who walk away with less is obviously your beneficiaries of that fund, because tax is going to be deducted first. So I hope I've sort of explained that one there, Jacqueline. I'm hoping I got all these right people, okay, that have asked these emails, because it's come out quite funny. If it's not, forgive me. Then we have another question that I think comes from Nafisa. And the question is this. A quick question about the disallowed contributions. Does it add directly to the bottom line dutiable estate? Can it not be offset against the abatement? If it cannot be offset, okay. So I think this is the question. All right. So if you take a look at your estate duty framework. Oh, sorry. If I'm looking at my estate duty framework, remember what happens is I have property, and I'm going to add all my little property under there. Then I have deemed property, and I'm going to add all over there. Then all my deductions, which becomes executive fees, it's CGT, it's all my liabilities, and off I go. And I also have section 4Q deduction. Okay, now the contributions, the disallowed contributions, which is state dutiable, sits under property, so it actually gets added there. But what happens is that contribution is reduced, if you think about it, of course, by all these deductions and liabilities that kick in. At the end of the day, after I've done all my deductions, I am left with, let me go back to, I'm left with, sorry, I'm trying to make it, I'm left with a net estate. After that net estate, then of course I have my abatement. Okay, so this abatement will reduce anything that I still have that exceeds that, all right? So yes, my disallowed contributions that kick in will be reduced with all these liabilities that I have for state duty purposes, and then I still have my 3.5 million abatement. So if you do have a client who automatically is already under the 3.5 million abatement, then there's going to be no duty whatsoever. Then I'm really not stressed about these contributions. But unfortunately, I think this this property of disallowed contributions are actually aimed at high net worth clients, because it's been high net worth clients that have gone into these schemes to save state duty. And those guys will definitely, even after the 3.5 million abatement, have a huge state duty problem. So yes, question is yes, it's going to be reduced by all my expenses that is allowed from the state duty calculation, including my 3.5 million, and then the duty is applied. Okay, so we have one more question that's popped up into my screen. Again, it is retirement benefits. So let's deal with that, because I'm going to get past that. When speaking about severance benefit and the Provident Fund, you spoke about the following. Severance benefit 315,000, Provident 31,500, total 636,500, contributions disallowed. What is left is 52. With this amount, my understanding is the severance benefit would be taxed according to the retirement lump sum table, as it is not retirement, and Renee only 37. That would mean the severance benefit 315 according to tax table, no tax payable. Provident 230 after deduction, like on the tax for withdrawal, so it works out 33 tax table. Renee would get 6 after tax. Okay, look, we are here. Okay, and I'm trying to see where you're coming from. Okay, I think I'm understanding it, but let's just look. So 315, if I can remember, comes from the, let me just look at my notes, comes from the employer. So 315 is my severance benefit. 321,500 is my fund. All right. So I agree with you that if we had to look at the process, this is going to be paying out first. All right. Because it's going to get paid out end of August. So this gets paid out first. Because this is 7 benefit, the 315,000 will be applied to the retirement tax tables, which is correct, and there will be no tax when it comes to that whatsoever. Then what's going to happen is, come, let's say November, my fund pays out 321,500. This fund is a withdrawal, but because it meets the definition of retrenchment in the second schedule of the Income Tax Act, which says if you are asked to leave because the employer's closed doors, the employer's done a general retrenchment, you're 55, etc., even this amount will also be taxed according to the retirement tax tables. Now, when this amount hits SARS, what SARS is going to do, SARS is going to say, this is the event that's taking place today, which is retirement tax tables, but I'm going to aggregate, I'm going to put together the severance benefit that you've received before. Remember, we have those dates that says, if I've received a retirement after the 1st of October 2009, aggregate. If I've received a withdrawal benefit after the 1st of March 2009, aggregate. If I've received a severance benefit after the 1st of March 2011, aggregate. So I am going to take into account that 315,000 that was paid out tax-free. Now I am actually taxing 636,500. Okay. I am allowing those deductions, and let's just see, I have calculated 636,500 minus 107,650. I now have 528,850 that has to be taxed. Okay, aggregation rules. If I apply this tax straight onto the tax tables, forget about the fact that 315 was already paid tax-free. Just take the amount that I have that is part of gross income, which is my 528. Take that, apply it straight to the tax tables. All right. The tax table says anything above 500,000 must be taxed at 18%. So tax tables, let's just look, make sure that I've calculated those things correctly. I think it's at 18%. And of course, whenever you want your tax tables, you never find it. I found it. Okay. So yes, it says 18% of the amount over 500,000, 18%. So I'm happy. So the amount over 500 is 28,850 at 18%. I've got 4,653 tax that has to be paid. So now what has happened here is I now have to take a look at the amount I've aggregated. So I have aggregated an amount of 315,000 based just on this example, okay? And I've got to say, how much tax would this 315,000 attract today in today's tax tables for that event? Well, I've received 315 from a fund, or 321,500 from a fund, retirement tax table. So I'll say, how much tax would 315 attract? Tax with nothing. So there's no hypothetical credit. So in these 2 months, if I think of it that from this point of view, in these 2 months, what has happened is she's received 315,000 tax-free, and then she has received 321,500 minus my 4,653. Okay, so that is, she's left with 636,500 minus 4,653. Okay, so I hope that that would be, so Renee would then get 602,507 out of tax. So that is correct. Okay, so I think I went a long way around it, but at least I hope that I have answered Luke's answer and confirmed that. Right, happy. Okay, so let's go back to our case study and look at this. All right, I have looked at your guidelines and I'm scratching out things that we've sort of already touched, just to make sure that I've covered everything before I have to say goodbye to you. But so we've done quite a bit, but there's still things I want us to actually talk about, which becomes important. So now, if I look at these assets that they've got, and I want to touch specifically in these offshore things, okay, because we are looking at the strange, be familiar with stock exchanges around the world. So that's why I put in these foreign investments, not only for you to decide whether it's a good thing or not a good thing for your client, and that's going to depend, obviously, the facts that you are given. So know what that means, where I'm actually doing it. And I'm kind of going, if I've got a practical client, day-to-day problems, no trust, etc., potentially not a high net worth client, I'm not too sure. I'll tell you why I don't think it's a high net worth client, okay? This is just my mind. Because it goes practical financial problems that clients face on a day-to-day basis and how to solve it. I always kind of go, a high net worth client, do they have day-to-day problems that need to be solved? Most of them, aren't they most of them emotional maybe? Or their main aspect is just to save tax because they've got so much money. The fact that inflation and all our political problems, etc., I don't think it affects them that much. So that's why I think we are looking at someone who does not have a lot of money. They have money, but not a lot, okay? So why would I be worried about stock exchanges around the world? I doubt that they would have money to go and invest directly in any of these stock exchanges. So I think perhaps what we're getting, what they're wanting here, let me go to my stock exchanges and see. Okay, so I pulled this out because I really think, ladies and gents, what they are going to be looking at, is, do you perhaps understand and know all the stock exchanges that we do have? In which country do they reside, if I can put it like that? And what currency are we looking at? And perhaps the risk involved in that economy, in that country, etc. Okay. So what I've done is I've kind of said, well, let's look at the major exchanges that we have, New York Stock Exchange. As a matter of fact, this that I pulled out is 2013. We're going to look at a more up-to-date one because I was told as well, because you must remember these stock exchange things was sort of, I had to go and try and figure out what it is that the examiner is going to be doing. So I went and did a little bit of research, and this 2013 is strangely enough not totally up to date because I was told that the USA has got a additional stock exchange. I think it's called CPOD or something like that. But there's not everyone can trade in that stock exchange. So we're going to be looking at, do you know these stock exchanges? Do you know where they reside? Do you know how they work? For instance, do you know that the London Stock Exchange is the only global stock exchange in Europe? In Europe, we've got a lot of other stock exchanges, but they're not a global stock exchange, okay? So those are the type of things that they're going to sort of test. Then you'll notice that we've got these top 20, basically top 20, they were sort of ranked. And then inside these top 20, i.e., when I say inside, i.e., in Europe, we have a lot of other little stock exchanges, but they're not global. So I must know that if I'm, for instance, going to go to Portugal, I'm probably only purchasing whatever is inside Portugal in terms of the economy, services, etc. Okay, so it's not global. Then do I perhaps also understand, for instance, I'm just screening, you are going to get this, okay? You are going to get this. Do I understand who this is now? This is 2017. Eh? This was early 2017 when I looked at the date. All right. So this is a nice little one because here it tells you the top 20, of course, and here's the ranking. Do you know which is the biggest in terms of the market cap and listings? Also, the other thing I was thinking about is, what are these stock exchanges what is the main focus, if I can put that? I'm trying to find the correct terminologies, but let's just see. If I'm going to go into a stock exchange in China, I think their focus there is IT, technology. I think if I had to go directly into, let's say, Portugal, there's really just food and beverages. There's not much more that comes out of that sort of economy. If I go, maybe South African, our local, huge in terms of resources, gold and things like that. So I think perhaps that's what they're going to be looking at as well is, one, do you know generally all the stock exchanges that we have? Do you know where they are situated? Do you know, in terms of ranking, who the biggest listing in term and market cap? So that's why I thought this one was actually very interesting. And also, what is the greatest focus? In which sector do they have the greatest focus? And that, yeah, ladies and gents, that is what I think we are going to be sort of tested on. Okay, so I've given you some data which I think is going to be sufficient for the exams. But if I do come across anything else that is bugging me that I think, I will definitely make sure that you receive it. But that is, be familiar with stock exchanges around the world. All right. If you have any questions there, by all means, you let me know. But just that gut feel, that is perhaps all we need to know. Okay, so let's go into their insurance portfolio. So yeah, we got Renee. Now, from an insurance portfolio, you've got to understand if I'm married with the accrual or not. What of these life insurance policies actually go into the accrual system for valuation purposes. I've given you a document on that to make it easier for you. And then, of course, what of these policies are estate dutable. Now, notice one thing that is not under special consideration is business assurance. So it seems like, in a way, they might be staying away from huge, heavy buy and sell, keyman policies, contingent policies, restraint of trade, etc. But, you know, at the same time, a client that you see, even though they are just an employee like Warren, may be a key man. Okay, so you may have a key man situation, which means you have to understand clearly the estate duty exemptions. You must understand Section 11W, if it can be deductible, if it can't be deductible, what that means in terms of tax. If I need to net R1 million and the contributions are deductible, how do I increase that? Is it estate dutable or not? Understand the definition of family company. So I'm not going into that. Doesn't mean that it's not there, because you'll see it says in your general guidelines. In your general guidelines, you've got everything. Isn't that just beautiful? You got business insurance and taxations, life insurance and taxation. You got everything there. So please don't go into this exam kind of thinking this is all I need to know. You're going to kill yourself if it comes up with another question and you kind of like, you just didn't do it. Okay, so please pay attention. Well, pay attention to your studies. Life insurance portfolios. Yeah, I've got Renee. She's the owner of a policy. She's the life assured. Warren's the beneficiary. Lovely. Section 4Q, no executive fees. She's got R1 million cover, disability of OD. You need to understand what OD is. OOD, income protector. Please make sure you understand those definitions to see if this is something Renee can be in. Okay, because if she is just a housewife, maybe I can't get OD. Maybe I can only get disability. If I'm an engineer, are there risks involved? Can I get own occupational disability? There's impairment. Now, there's a whole lot of things. So I understand those benefits as well. Okay, she's paying a premium. They feel that the cover is low because Warren's a breadwinner and he can cope. Well, strangely, if he was a breadwinner, which he is, but if he could cope, no one would be stressed that Renee's been retrenched. So clearly, that's the wrong perception. And you'd have to guide your client from that sort of thought pattern. Yeah, you got Warren, he's got a life cover, and his beneficiaries are bank 40%, then Renee and Paul, because remember, he's got bond cover. And that's why the bank only gets 40%. Now that I've got death cover and an income replacement here. So I've got to understand that, unfortunately, this Renee and Paul bit is just not going to exist. Okay? Because what really happens is, if this, assuming here, if this is not ceded to the bank, then the insurer will pay out according to those allocations. If this policy is ceded to the bank, then what happens is the insurer gives this whole 2.5 million to the bank. The bank then takes out what is due to them, and the rest they give it to the estate. So now there is estate duty on the full amount, and there's executive fees on the full amount. And we wanted Renee to get 50. She's probably going to get nothing, depending, obviously, what is going to happen in the estate. So depending on how this thing is structured, you have to maybe restructure for Warren, because that in itself could be a problem. But take that into account in terms of estate planning and liquidity for the dependents. Okay, important liquidity for these dependents. They've also got an income replacement here, which is great. We know that these things are not tax deductible anymore. They're also not taxable, but there is a risk. Okay, and the risk is I've got a 3-month waiting period. So I must ensure that I've got income coming in for at least 3 months, because if I don't, I have now this extra problem with my budget. So I've got to have a nice emergency emergency fund for these 3 months that I'm not going to be getting income. Hopefully, Renee is already working, should that happen immediately, because if it happens immediately, then we are in big trouble. But again, I have not mentioned anything on the company side. Okay, so you'd have to look at those two, and then also take a look to see if they've are overinsured. Then I've got Warren, payable to the estate at $1 million. That's fine. We'll just have to see, does it actually work or does it not work? Renee's got a retirement annuity. Of course, she's nominated children equal shares. You must just understand that that's not a problem. There's Section 37C that takes place. It's not always ideal to nominate a beneficiary, which are your dependents. Because remember, Section 37C says that we will look at dependents, and if there's a beneficiary nomination, we'll consider the beneficiary nomination. If my beneficiary nomination is my dependents, is there anyone else for them to consider? No. So if I do want other and a third party to benefit from my fund, who is not a dependent, maybe my cousin, let's say, then I've got to nominate her in a beneficiary form. Then the trustees will take that into account. Doesn't mean she's going to get anything. Okay, but also dependents might not get anything anyway. Well, yeah, not all of them. Okay, so not always the ideal, but at least she's got that nominated. She must understand Section 37C. And of course, as I've said before, we must be very careful of Reg 28. So if you just look at that like this, you go, not compliant, because I think you're only allowed 75% of equities. Now, the thing is this, when did Reg 28 kick in? I think Reg 28 kicked in April 2011, if I'm not mistaken. So only retirement funds with a date of commencement after April 2011 are Reg 28 have to be Reg 28 compliant. Any before does not have to be Reg 28 compliant. Okay. The problem is that the minute I touch this retirement annuity, okay, then immediately Reg 28 kicks in. So the question with clients who already have a retirement annuity pre-Reg 28 is, do we do anything with it? The fact that I can actually leave a fund, equities 100%, do I want to touch it? Okay, that's a question that you have to ask yourself. But know that the minute I change anything, if I want to go and do those equities to 100,000, Reg 28 kicks in. If I want to go change that contribution or my escalation, Reg 28 comes in. As a matter of fact, to me, it is so unfair that even if I change my postal address, Reg 28 kicks in. I mean, my word. Okay, so there are some things I love about this profession, and then there are some things I'm going like. So, my retirement annuity prior to April 2011 still has the wrong address, but it doesn't matter, I get an email. So, I don't have to be Reg 28 compliant. But please do know that that does change, okay? And if I've got that set up, don't go straight into the exam and say, oh, no, not Reg 28. Know when that came in, all right? And, of course, I got contributions disallowed then. I don't even know if I took those contributions into account. But remember, now, I don't want to confuse anyone. I used lump sum taxation at that point that I was at because I wanted to demonstrate. And I only gave 107,000 or whatever the case is tax-free. But remember, if she retires, if she's retrenched at that point, of course, then I'm going to have to take this 312,000 into account as well. So if I have to go back to this little package where we did, not only do I give her the 107,000, I'll also give her this 312, which means nothing to be taxed whatsoever. Okay, which is ideal. Now, if there's nothing to be taxed at all, because my contributions in totality have exceeded my lump sum, please know that my retirement tax tables where the 500 sits is still there. I haven't touched it. All right. Then our thought pattern can change slightly in terms of if this client who is in financial trouble, I think we'll see, is getting tax-free money, and she still has those tax tables that we have not touched at all, then maybe we should be taking out that money that's tax-free. Maybe we should be doing it to help the client. Okay, something for you to think about. That's what's nice about the role I'm playing. Okay, I can just give you a whole lot of thought patterns, and I don't write the exam. You got to stress for another 2 weeks. Living annuity. She's got a living annuity because her dad died. He left her the living annuity, and you'll notice that from the information that's been provided here, the advisor at the time said to her, continue with that annuity, because if you take that money out, that money is going to be taxed. It's going to be a lot of money that's going to be taxed, so rather just keep the annuity going. Well, up until this point, she perhaps has not needed the annuity, so she's only drawn 2.5%. But of course, you must understand what has happened is that 2.5% goes into gross income. We're going to talk about this exemption in a sec. So I've increased her taxable income, which has perhaps been unnecessary. At the moment, though, this is a very good thing that she's getting money from a living annuity, which gives you the option that should she not generate any income at all through photography or bookkeeping, etc., here's an opportunity to perhaps increase her drawdown to help them with their budget as they go along until things start stabilizing. Okay, so maybe this has not been such a bad thing after all. But now let's just talk about this these disallowed contributions that on the death of her dad, he may have had disallowed contributions that he had not utilized. A little earlier on, I was saying, don't forget Section 10C that says disallowed contributions can exempt annuity income that comes from retirement funds with the exception of provident funds. So now, why am I saying that her drawing 2.5% is fully income taxable as income? Why am I not using these unused contributions that happened at the date of death? So now look at what the executor says. The executor says, well, that is unfortunate that you've put everything into a living annuity, because the day that your dad died, he actually had 409,000 contributions disallowed, which meant that if she actually had to commute this living annuity at least up to that amount, she would have got that amount tax-free. Would you agree? Okay, because those are contributions that are disallowed that get carried over. But she didn't take advantage of that. She rather just took the living annuity. Now she's got these unused contributions, can I not use those unused contributions towards my living annuity under Section 10C? Section 10C is very, very clear in saying that the only person or natural person that can use disallowed contributions to exempt annuities is the member of the retirement fund. Remember, living annuity is not part of a retirement fund, okay? Living annuity is an insurance product governed by the Long-Term Insurance Act, okay? So, she's not a member of the fund. The dad was a member of the fund. So the dad would have taken all those contributions and exempt. The fact that the 409,000 is not used now, it's just called bad luck. It's just going to go into the bin, finished, clock. Does not get passed over to the beneficiaries. So yes, although now it may be a good thing that she's got this living annuity, what I would have done as a financial advisor at the date of the death of the dad, in terms of what products should your client go into, I would actually say to her, you know what you do is, if that policy was worth R1 million, let's say at the time of the dad's death, I would take at least 409,000 I would take, because that's tax-free, because those are contributions that were not utilized for tax purposes, so now that's tax-free. Then I would look at what has happened to the dad in terms of aggregation over the years. If he has very little aggregation, and if as a result of all these disallowed contributions, he never utilized his retirement tax tables where the 500,000 is sitting in, then I probably would take another 500,000. So I would take 909,000, because why? I'm taking 909,000. Before that gets taxed, I'm going to disallow contributions of 409. What I have left, which is my 500,000, I'm going to tax that and tax it according to the retirement tax tables, of which the first 500,000 is tax-free. Now my client is sitting with 900,000 that I can do something with, or she could have done something with, okay, where no tax was paid. What is left, which is not much in this example, but if there was much more left, then I would put it into an annuity. Because remember, when the annuitant dies, the beneficiaries have the option to commute the whole lot, take the whole lot as an annuity, or commute some of it and some of it annuity. So that's what I would have done. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, so every bit of money that she's getting is now income tax, and this 409,000 has been lost totally. Okay, so know that. But at the moment, we're quite happy with that living annuity. All right. Now, notice what I've done here. I hope I wasn't Reg 28 compliant. You know, sometimes I get very with all these things I've got to remember. Sometimes I kind of go, what is Reg 28 compliant? But you know, take your Reg 28 compliant, make sure that you comply. So my living annuity, if my living annuity has 100% equities, am I Reg 28 compliant or not? Important, Reg 28 does not apply to a living annuity, because a living annuity is not governed by the Pension Fund Act. Also not governed by Para 2 of the second schedule, with the exception of making certain things tax-free. It is a pure life insurance product. So you can do what you want. You can nominate whichever beneficiary you want. The insurer will pay that particular beneficiary. It will not go into Section 37C. The thing, though, is it is not dutable. Okay, so funds, commuted or not, is not a state dutable in the hands of the deceased, because of course the deceased was a member of the fund. Okay, so we've explained that. I've just said, you know what, and this happens a lot of times with a lot of our clients, all right, they are not financially literate. They can be if they want to, but they're not. What they tend to do is sit around having tea and cake with their friends, or a braai with their friends, and their friends always know better because their friend's financial planner said X, Y, Z. The fact that they actually have not perhaps understood the financial planner, or they're going to add, you know, you add these stories. You know, our clients, they always have these medical aids where they've never had to pay a cent. So your client wants to change her medical aid, not understanding the whole principle. So in the exam, when you have this type of person, you have to make sure that when you make those recommendations, etc., that you're explaining quite well to your clients why you're doing this. Okay. So Warren went to his bank. So now they want to reduce his bond repayment. Okay. And, you know, of course, if you go to the bank and negotiate, because there are problems, the banks will allow it. Some of them anyway. They're going to look at your risk profile to decide whether they can take that risk or not. But he's gone to the bank, and the banker sits there, and all the banker does is talk about all these rates, prime rates, repo rates, inflation, CPI, consumer goods, etc. Warren is totally a goner. He just wants to reduce his bond payments. What has these rates got to do with him or to the bond? And if the banker is saying that a repo rate is 6.75%, why is he having to pay 10%? Okay, I took these repo rates, etc., right from Stats SA, so that I was reasonably current. You know, these things change all the time, monthly basis, I think. So now you've got to explain to your client what all these rates are about. Because I tell you, I'm trying to clear my throat, trying to drink and trying to find my notes. So just bear with me. There, my notes are here. Let's just see if I'm right. Yes, I am. I just have to go right to the beginning. So bear with me. Normally my webinars are very well structured. Everything is at the top, so we don't get nauseated with this going up and down. But I've been very challenged this year with IT. And then I just don't question things anymore. Okay, so let's go right to the top. And there we are. So I've sort of given you a little definition for those who don't know. Okay, not all of us are financial planners, and not all of us are even in the financial profession at all. So let's go. I've given you what inflation is. So inflation, I like this saying. I had to put this saying. I picked it up. I should have actually put the name of the person who said it. It says, inflation means that your money won't buy as much today as it did when you didn't have any. Yeah, that's always the case. We never have any money, and then things just go up and up and up. Okay, so it is a sustained and significant increase in the general price level. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at a basket of goods. Okay, so can you see how this is sort of tying up with the consumer price index? But this is the actual percentage of something that has gone up and down. This is an index. So it works more or less on the same basis. So once I've picked up an index that represent the basket of goods and services by an average household, that index then determines the inflation percentage. Okay, so I've done it very simple. For those of you who are wanting to go into greater detail, I don't think you need greater detail for the exam, but those of you who maybe want to understand it more, you run to Estorial's bookstore. They've got a beautiful little book that's called The Basics of SA Economics. It speaks in English. So it is, you understand a lot of stuff there. They really make it very, very easy for us to understand. And I've basically taken a lot of this information from that book. It's very, very good to have. Okay, but I think this is more or less what you're going to get in the exam. How do I know you're going to get this in the exam? Okay, again, gut feel. When I'm looking at cash flow budgets, when I'm looking at bond repayments, and I'm having to help a client, when I'm looking at clients that have to face day-to-day issues that have to be solved, I know that from my client base, I'm always getting these, the interest rate has dropped. What does that mean? You know, and you're having to explain to a client in English what all these rates actually mean. So that's why I thought, oh, let's just touch on it, because who knows? If you don't get it, fantastic. If you do, you've got an idea. Okay. So consumer price index inflation, very similar in that I take a basket of goods and services. I look at what happened last year, the very same basket of goods and services I look at now. So it's got to be apples for apples. I determine from there the increase of that cost. Generally, an index is worked out first, as your consumer price index is worked out first. From that index, then I determine the actual inflation in terms of percentage. There are formulas that people work on, and if those formulas are in that book, I can't see us having to calculate formulas. I think if you do get questioned on this, there will be given information. I'm going to repeat it again. I haven't repeated it often, so you can forgive me. Information that is given to you, you take and you move on. Don't make assumptions. Important, 50%. Read. Okay, then we've got the repo rate and we've got the prime interest rate. And of course, what happens here is banks sometimes need money. So they go to the Reserve Bank. We go to a bank. Banks go to the Reserve Bank. The Reserve Bank then borrows money to the bank based on a rate, which is called a repo rate. It's similar to an interest rate that I have to pay the bank, but this is bank that pays the Reserve Bank. Of course, the more money the banks need, the greater the demand there is to borrow money from the Reserve Bank, because you know the process. The Reserve Bank makes a certain amount of cash available every day, and then the repo rate is based on that demand. The greater the demand, the greater the repo rate increases. Then the prime interest rate is what the banks then charge us when I go to the bank and I ask for money. That's what the bank charges me. Now, I went into Stats SA, and interesting, and they also have a beautiful little article there where they're saying they don't know why. They haven't been able to work out why, strange enough. But the difference between the repo rate and the prime interest rate has always been an average of 3.5% higher. And it has. I mean, they've given, like, I don't know how many years, 20 years or something. And it's always been 3.5. They can't even work out, this article that I was reading, they don't understand even why, and why this hasn't been adjusted, and what is this based on. So that was actually quite interesting. I didn't get to speak to my CFA contact to see if maybe they understood why. But there it is, okay. So there's those differences. But this is where we hear also that a client is paying prime plus something. So if my prime, so if this is, let's say, 5%, and my prime is 8.5%, the client goes and gets money based on the client's risk profile. The bank then says, look, I will give you prime plus 2 or prime plus 3. That's because obviously the banks are assessing the risk that they are undergoing by providing some form of loan. Okay, so, oh well, if you do get that in the exam, I'll be happy, because I've said something worthwhile. If you don't get it in the exam, well, there we are. Okay. So we now go on to the fact that they want to retire. So they want to retire at the age of 60. That by that time they believe that they've paid off their bond. So you see here, Renee is going to be a little older than Warren, because they want to retire when Warren is 60, which is a good thing in a way, because the retirement funds that Renee has, probably she, of course, if Warren retires at 60 and she's 3 years or something like that older than Warren, then obviously her retirement age on her retirement annuities have actually matured. So she can also use a retirement fund. You sometimes do have the situation where the one wants to retire at the age 60. By the time the one retires at age 60, the other one is still 50, which means I can't use that person's retirement funds. So you have the step retirement that takes place. I've made it nice and easier. So that means that he retires at 60. Everything's going to be available. They want the retirement funds only because they want the rest to be left for the investments for their children's education. Okay, so they're actually saying other investments I have, don't touch it. Children's education has been allocated to them, which means that you've got to look at the investment and kind of go, the investments they have, the term that has to be invested for there to be good returns, versus when they're actually going to need it for education. Okay, that can be contradictory, and you need to know where to move your clients to. So I'm going to do a little retirement plan calculation for you, just so that we understand when to bring resultant rate or not. I've got 20 years. They want to have the salary. Okay, so I've given you all the information there. Now let's go to my notes, and I hope that I'm right on that. I think it's my very next one. Yeah, we are. Okay, so I've done a little, and of course what I've done is I've done a monthly one to make sure we understand the monthly one. I think, sadly, of the notes I sent to you, I didn't have a little arrow diagram thing, and I thought I had copy-pasted it here, and I see it's not. These notes are going to be sent to you, so I'm going to copy-paste what I'm busy talking about to you as well. Just gives you an idea of how to calculate when to use resultant rate, when to use effective. So it's just going to make it a bit easier. So from a retirement point of view, what I'm obviously going to do is I'm going to take a look at the provisions I have. What is it that I have for retirement? Okay, and I'm going to be looking at, of course, I've got my monthly contributions that are made. In total, they're 10% of my monthly salary. They've given it to me on a monthly basis. I'm going to work on a monthly basis by making sure that what I do is I first take a look at the present value of 1 year's worth of payments growing at investment rate. So it's tracking 6.5. Once I've got that annual payment, I'm going to look at the present value of escalating payments. This is where I use my resultant rate. And because I've used one payment a year, I have to use the effective rate of my growth. Okay. If I was doing 12 payments a year, then I could use nominal rate. But then I'm compounding again, which is not the correct way of doing it. So I've got to first take the present value there at 12 payments, convert it to one payment a year, use my effective rate. Then once I've got the present value of my escalating annuities or my escalating, I use effective rate. If I go 12 payments a year, then I can use nominal rate and I'll future value those contributions. So that's one set that I have. Then you do the normal future value of a fund, which is just the present value, and off you go. I've just used one for an example. I didn't go into Renee's stuff at all. Okay, so this is just explaining that process. Then, of course, I've got to take a look at my need, all right? And they're saying that they want, I think it was the current salary, if I can recall, just the salary alone. I've annuitized that. You can leave it as monthly as you want. It doesn't matter, okay? I've just annuitized that. Why? Because I just want to understand the present value of that amount. So if the current value of my salary today is 686, I'm going to retire in 25 years' time. Inflation is 6.7. Nowhere here does it say that it's increasing at a different rate. So I'm going to take it at inflation rate. And the future value of that amount, oh my word, look what I've done. The future value of that amount is 686. Clearly, that's not correct. I will correct it for you. So I take the future value of my present value. That becomes a payment. I'm going to need that pension for 20 years, okay? Now, I must understand that the amount of money that I have in my bank account on that particular day when I turn 60 is two things are happening. It's going to grow with my investment, and at the same time, I am drawing from it, okay? So that's why I'm using my resultant rate. So this present value is correct. I obviously just carried that 686 over incorrectly, okay? And that's the need I have, which means that at the age of 60, I must have 12 million in my bank account. If I don't, I ain't going to be retiring, or I'm going to have to relook my needs, okay? Then, of course, I've given you a little diagram in your notes that now I'm going to compare the provisions I have with what I need. Now I'm either going to have a shortfall or I'm going to have a surplus. We never have a surplus. We always have a shortfall. Then, of course, depending on what I'm telling you, I'm going to either bring it back from a lump sum perspective, or I'm going to discount it back in terms of a level contribution, or I'm going to discount it back for a present value, and then I'm going to look at an escalating annuity. And that's a beautiful little diagram that I sent through to you. Please take a look. I want to push you a little bit before our next break. So let's go back to my little notes. So now you know how to do a retirement plan. A little bit of a retirement plan contribution. That was always important for me because we tend to have a bit of a problem with the resultant rate, and TVMs is important always, and it is the amortization and the resultant rate that I think we always have a little bit of a problem. All right. Okay, so they have to consider buying some form of wheels for Paul. They thought maybe a little motorbike in 2 years' time because then he's 16, he's got that license. When he turns 18, a little car. They believe that this is a priority because Renee will need assistance with their children. Okay, so this is a priority, but only in 2 years' time. All right, so is it a need, is it a want? But of course, then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to future value those amounts, which I've done for you in my notes. Okay, so I've just showed you how I'm actually going to calculate what I need in 2 years' time, what I'm going to need in 4 years' time, considering that there is going to be, I'm going to sell it for 20,000, so whatever I'm going to be purchasing it at is going to be reduced by 20,000, so I'm going to need obviously a little less. And that's what I've done. But again, it's part of my cash flow. In 2 years' time, this amount of money is going to come out of my pocket, and I have to look after that. Well, rather not look after it, I've got to cater for that. In terms of education, I've made it nice and simple because generally we go, every single child is going to go to university. They're always going to go to the most expensive university, which we have to cater for. That doesn't work in real life. In real life, things work very, very differently. Yeah, you got Paul. He's not in primary school anymore. He's got 3 years left in terms of secondary school, so I've got to cater for those 3 years. And then in terms of tertiary education, he decided, you know what, I'm going to go and travel the world for 4 years. When I come back at the age of 19, then I'm going to potentially go to study further. But of course, in those 4 years, a lot of things can happen. And yes, I can cater for that education, because you must understand, if in 4 years' time, well, not actually 4 years' time, but the 3 and the 4, so the 7 years' time, the money that I've saved for this education, if I don't use it, that's not a problem, because you must remember, I've got education for Mimi, I've got education for Tyler. So it will sort of help out. I don't maybe have to do 3 sets of investments. Maybe the one will help out the other. If it comes to a stage where I have this excess anyway, well then, brilliant that you have this excess, because why? Now I can use it for retirement purposes. So nothing wrong with saving. And I've given you that Mimi is going to go to primary school, Renee will look after her so she doesn't have to go to these pre-primary things. Primary school, and of course secondary school, and they're just kind of going, look, she's still too young, I don't even know what's going to happen there. And that's why it's a good thing that I'm going to cater for education for Paul, because then if Mimi does go to university, I've got some money there. We've got Tyler, she's got 1 year left in primary, then she does a 5-year stint in secondary, and she does not want to study at all, okay, which is great. We want children like that in a way. Don't study. Well, I don't want to say for you. That sounds terrible. She's going to go to social. She wants to be a social worker. So very, very good at heart, very, very bad for finances. But maybe she'll marry someone rich. All right. So off we go. Monthly expenses. Okay, so this is our cash flow, and this is our budget. I'm going to run through the monthly expenses just briefly. Okay, then I'm going to show you what I've done. And I know maybe that when I show you what I've done, it may sound complicated because my mind is just very analytical. You may not have this complication in the exam, definitely not, because it took me close to an hour to just design all these things that can take place. So there's no ways they're going to give you an hour setup in the exam for you to design. But I just wanted to give you different thought patterns, what you can, what you cannot do. It doesn't say that I'm right, but it's thoughts, okay, that you can then go into the exam and say, what am I going to do with the facts that are given? Important, important, important. Facts are given. Do not assume. Please read. So this is where we're going to take our 10-minute break and then come back, and maybe our minds will be refreshed for budget cash flow. So it is, let's say it's 12:35. Let's take a 10-minute break. That will be 12:55, I think. But Kirsten will add that for me and tell you when you need to come back. 10-minute break. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are all back. I must tell you, I was forwarded a very, very good tip for financial planning, most definitely. Remember, I said to you, Tyler wanted to be a social worker, and that's not necessarily the best from a financial planning point of view. So we got someone, and I'm sorry your name didn't come through, but very good financial planning tip that says, good financial planning for Tyler. Marry for money. Have an affair for love. Now, you know it. I don't know if this comes from a male or from a female. But what a tip. Why not? And I'll tell you what I add to it. Female ladies, listen to me. My female clients. You marry an individual with the accrual. While you're married, you create a lot of debt and you let him create a lot of wealth, because when it comes to the calculation of a accrual calc, you remember, no sharing of losses. So I have all this debt, so my net asset is 0. My husband, on the other hand, has all this wealth, 100 million rands worth of assets, and it's going to be as simple as divide by 2, and half of that is mine. Then I can settle my own debt, because, I mean, then I have a lot of money. So the young lady or the young gentleman who gave me the tip for Tyler, we think alike. We should meet for a cup of coffee. Maybe we should become marital counselors. So that's a very good tip. Thank you for that. Now, we do have some questions, and some questions I think I missed out totally a little early on. There was someone that asked about dividend tax. If I receive dividend, is dividend gross income, considering that there has been withholding tax? For now, until SARS, until Treasury or the legislator amends the Act, dividends, gross dividends, is gross income, and then your exemptions is your gross dividend. Okay, so it comes in and it comes out. So yes, there's a withholding tax of 20%, which is perfect, but I think it's just either they just haven't looked at it, but I know at the beginning they left it in just to keep an eye on whether the intermediaries are actually withholding and paying over the dividends tax on your behalf. Okay, so I really did think that by now it would have dropped, but they haven't. So yes, gross dividends is gross income, and then you exempt the whole lot. Okay, that's local dividends we're talking about. Then we have a question here from Hendra. Is it Hendra? Let me see. Yes, Hendra has asked, just to confirm, growth in the linked life annuity is tax-free in terms of dividends tax, CGT, actually even the interest in the whole lot. Okay, so it doesn't matter what the income stream is. It's just the income that is selected is taxable income for tax purposes. Hendra, you are very, very correct, because you tie up, when the money pays out, you tie it up with I think it's all under the second schedule. I'm just looking in my mind. I don't have the Income Tax Act with me. I actually have no acts here with me. So I'm just looking at the act in my mind. I think it's the second schedule of the Income Tax Act that actually confirms the living annuities are not taxed in the fund. So even though it is sitting on the platform of a life insurer, it's in the untaxed policyholder fund. Okay, so if you take a look at the notes I sent you, I think I did include taxations of living annuities, etc. I don't recall all those notes that I gave you, but I think it is in there. But yes, you are very correct, Hendra. That's exactly how it works. And then Michael, you know what? I always have to question myself how I am a practicing tax consultant, because I worked out 18% of a amount. Remember, guys, when we went to taxation of lump sums, there was a tax that I had to apply on 28,850, and every time I did 18% of that, I really got whatever amount I mentioned to you. And Michael has correctly said that 18% of 28,850 is 5,193. My calculator now agrees with you. I didn't earlier on, but definitely agrees with you. So I apologize for that. I will correct all these strange mathematical problems that I tend to have a problem with. Then I have Katerina. Katerina, this came through a little earlier and I didn't see it. So I'm going to read it out because it's quite a bit of a question, but bear with me. I spoke earlier on about disallowed contributions against retirement funds, and I also mentioned that if she had to die, then those contributions, although it would be set off against the lump sum, would also fall into estate duty. Okay, so we're happy up until that point. And then I also went further to say that even though the funds might be awarded to the spouse, the retirement funds, under Section 37C, there would be no Section 4Q in the estate duty calculation, okay? And you are asking, why wouldn't the Section 4Q be allowed? Even though the retirement fund contributions are a notional amount, it is for estate duty purposes deemed as property, and Section 4Q only requires the property to have been included for state duty purposes for it to be allowed a deduction if the property also accrues to the spouse. Or did I perhaps understand wrong? Okay, Tarina, your principles in terms of how Section 4Q operates and the inclusion of an asset for a Section 4Q, because clearly I wouldn't be able to give a Section 4Q if that asset wasn't included, is totally and utterly correct. Why it would not apply to these disallowed contributions, this notional amount, is because what SARS said that we are making these huge contributions into retirement funds to save estate duty, okay? And they want to stop us from doing that because they are actually losing out on a lot of tax. Now, just go through the process. The process works like this. If I put in R1 million contributions and the very next day I die, okay? Remember that R1 million contributions inside a retirement fund. Retirement funds are not estate dutiable. So no estate duty on that R1 million inside the fund. When that R1 million pays out to my beneficiaries, that R1 million only gets taxed after I've allowed disallowed contributions. Disallowed contributions at that moment is R1 million. Okay. So no lump sum taxation. No lump sum taxation, no estate duty. And then if they do happen to have an annuity, not even that annuity will be dutiable. So SARS is kind of going, there's just too much tax that I'm avoiding by this scheme. It was actually a scheme, unfortunately. Okay. So SARS is saying, if you do something like that, I want 20% of that R1 million. Okay, I want it because of the scheme that you went into for avoidance. And that's why they won't allow the Section 4Q. Yes, if that R1,000,000 was in my bank account and I did Section 4Q, then voila, I'm allowed Section 4Q. So I still wouldn't have got. Okay, but we are bypassing too much tax. And it was a scheme that was introduced for the purpose of avoiding tax. And if you look at, I think it's Section 103, 108 of the Tax Administration Act in terms of tax avoidance, the minute it's a scheme, etc. Yeah, and that's why no Section 4Q is allowed. Will it be reconsidered at a later stage? I don't know. Listen, 4Q is going to fall away anyway. So yeah, but that is how it works. But otherwise, Katrina, your thought patterns, there's nothing wrong with your thought patterns at all. It's just that unfortunately that's the way it is. Then look, you gave me a question. I think I answered it. I've now understood, now that I've looked at everything in as one sort of question being posed. I think I did deal with it. If I did not, look, I'm sure you will actually let me know from that perspective. Okay. So let us go into this budget thing, and yeah, I'm hoping that I'm going to make sense. And if I don't, you're going to shout. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, they got now. Remember, inside the actual case study, I've given you a lot of information, things they have to pay, things that are coming in. So I'm doing budget as well as a cash flow, money that's coming in and certain. On an ad hoc basis type of thing, and then at the same time money that's got to go out, okay, because I've got to pay certain there's a budget, so I have to pay monthly expenses, but then I also have certain credit that I have to potentially pay off. Maybe I don't have to pay anything off, I don't know. That's why I'm going through this exercise to see what is best. Okay, and also don't forget, depending on the client that you've got, I may be recommending, I may be saying, listen, guys, you've got huge problems with education or huge problems with retirement. I need you to put 1,000 Rand, 2,000 Rand away a month for retirement. Maybe I'm going to suggest that he does go and incur that additional 1,700 a month for medical aid. I've got to see, does this fit in? How many of you have not gone to see a client and you come up with this analysis because some computer spewed out this analysis that says you've got to put money away for retirement. Okay, then the client gets yes, put money away for his retirement, and a year down the line they call those premiums. Why? Because maybe we haven't taken the time to actually go and sit through this budget and see what the client's actually spending. Can they even afford an implementation of a retirement annuity? I tell you what one thing I do, when my client says to me, no, I can afford 1,000 Rand into a retirement annuity, and especially if they don't want me to do a budget. You know, clients are a bit funny sometimes. But you know what? I don't take the 1,000 Rand retirement annuity because it just seems to be too easy. So I always say to the client, you know what? Why don't we start with 500 Rand? And then I will see you in 6 months' time, and then we could take a look at what your budget looks like. If your budget then allows, we'll increase it to by an additional 500. You know what? I'll tell you what. Normally, after 6 months, the client actually is quite grateful that I only started at 500 because they were just keen. You know, they're not actually seeing what's happening. So a budget exercise always is important. So we got, excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm going to take a quick sip. I'm getting too excited about financial planning. All right, now we've got a bond repayment, which we've already spoke about. Now it's got short-term in our house. We've got short-term, and look what they're doing. They're going, oh, 1,200 is so much money for the short-term. Maybe what we can do is reduce the cover we have to save the premium. Now I've put in your notes, because you've got short-term, basics of short-term insurance. Okay, so I've put in your notes what happens if you are undervalued or if you're overvalued. All right, I've never come to a situation where you're just valued correctly. Short-term insurance always under or over. There's a beautiful little formula that I've also included for you in terms of a little exercise of what would happen to Warren and Renee should there be a claim, and I've reduced my cover to 500,000, where it should actually be 1.5. As a matter of fact, at the moment they only have 1 million. What do I do there? Okay, that's important. And then, of course, what I've also put in from a short-term insurance point of view is subrogation, because that seems to be coming up not necessarily in the board exam. It always comes up in postgrad. And I've got those notes available, so I've given you those notes. That just gives you an idea of if you are insured, do you have the right to also then go after the third party if your insurer has already settled your debt? And do you have the right maybe going to the third party if you don't go to the insurer? Okay, and that's what subrogation is all about. So the notes are there. Please go take a look at them. I've got Warren, who's got a Jeep, okay, and it mentioned he's got 2 years left for the settlement, and that repayment I've also spoken about above. Renee has got a personal loan from her sister. Nice, at least maybe she's not paying too much interest, but I think we picked up that she was paying a bit of interest, and you know what they say about family loans. Of course, if you hate them, then it's fine. A loan can exist. If you love them, you don't do personal loans. And she's paying $650 a month. You got Renee is responsible. So I did mention somewhere in the notes, I think up here, that each one had their own responsibility because they each brought children from previous unions. So they decided it's easier if they go one responsible to the other. But does it really matter now? Because I don't have a Warren and a Renee, not for a while. So this is just going to be joint expenses, and let's see what we can do. But Renee was responsible for Tyler's education. Warren was responsible for Paul's education. Now look at those are huge amounts. So if something goes wrong, this is a monthly amount. If something goes wrong, that education becomes a bit of a problem. I've got Mimi. I think Mimi is Mimi disabled? I can get confused with so many. No, Mimi's not disabled. I can't recall. I do so many case studies with optional. Well, I don't actually know who I'm speaking about. No, Mimi's not disabled. Then I've got groceries, I've got entertainment, and I know a lot of people kind of go cut down on entertainment. The first thing the client's going to do is show you the door. No one wants to cut down on entertainment. But here's the medical expenses. Okay, medical expenses, 3,000 Rand a month on average. So maybe 1.7 is not so bad. Because if I am forking out the 3,000 Rand and I can go onto a more comprehensive medical aid where I'm going to be saving 3,000, but only costing me 1.7, then that is not such a bad decision to be making. Of course, the fact that it's in the middle of the year is something else that you've got to take into account. And I wouldn't change medical aids. Definitely not change medical aids. Maybe just push through for the next couple of months until the year end, and then consider changing medical aids. Domestic, I always put in DSTV. Why is it that when people cannot afford things, still have DSTV? Yeah, well, let me not say anything else. Water and lights. And then, of course, I've got fuel. And my first thing is maybe Renee, now that she works from home, will not be spending so much money on fuel. But, of course, she's going to be running up and down children's activities. So maybe that's something I cannot reduce. We'll have to see. And then sundries. Again, I just put sundries because I just don't know what else to add there. But ideally, it would be as itemized as possible. I think that is sort of the idea. Okay, and we'll look at the will in a sec. Now let's go look at this cash flow. So what I've done is I've now put in all my expenses. Don't worry about these colors. These colors is just to help me with my mind, my thought patterns today. Hope I remember. Here's my budget. I've put in everything. Okay, so bond repayment, all that stuff. I have totaled it. I've made a little bit of notes here, but I've totaled it. And of course, depending on which way you want to look at it, maybe you want to reduce salary by the pension contribution, or you leave salary as it is and you put pension contribution as a monthly budget expense. That's up to you how you want to do your calculation. Now I kind of go, the same thing with my Sun City levies, okay? It's due once a month. Well, do I want to find 4,000 Rand? Not once a month, once a year. Do I want to find 4,000 Rand in May every year if I am in financial trouble? I never think that that is a good idea. Do I want to pay it off monthly to Sun City or to ever? That's also not a good idea because, you know, you always pay more. But is there anything wrong with you taking this 4,000 Rand and break it down, and on a monthly basis you put it away to some form of investment where it is generating interest for you, etc. And then come May, you've got 4,000 Rand and you don't have to worry about that. Okay, so that's a couple of things that you need to think about. So I think I've totaled correctly, let's hope, that they actually need 54,000 Rand 182 to keep themselves going. Okay. So before I go into the 6 times emergency and things like that, I kind of go, what has the income been until now? So if nothing had happened and she was not retrenched, what is the income that we've had? I mean, they've said they haven't been able to cope. To what extent have they not been able to cope? So I take Warren's salary, I less the tax, and of course the business mileage is expense out of his pocket. We can debate to what extent, but let's leave it at that at this stage. I got Renee with a living annuity, which obviously you're going to add into her salary, and then it's going to be taxed. Then I've taken her 19,000 after tax, and we have been working on 56,410. So if I've needed 54 and I'm 56, well, at least I'm still managing to pay all my debt and all my expenses. But I can understand the not coping bit, because all I really have spare is 1,000 Rand. So if all of a sudden my medical expenses increase, or new tires or whatever the case is, then I could potentially have a bit of a problem. But don't forget, I do have income. I do have savings. It's not like as if I have no savings to fall on, okay? So I kind of go, well, the idea generally is to have 6 times my budget as an emergency. So I should have 325,000. I do have that. If you look at that, I do. I know that all I really have is quick, immediate liquidity without CGT, etc. I've got 111. That doesn't do much in terms of 325,000. Okay, I understand that. Then I go, well, I'm going to use personal ratios. I know that it's not like under your consideration, but budget and cash flows are there. And whenever there's a budget and cash flow, I kind of go, you're going to have to show that you understand that your clients are in trouble or not in trouble. So I go, so the first thing I do is, do they have enough cash perhaps to keep them going? Well, if all I use is 100 at the savings account, then I have a problem. I only have 2 months worth of liquidity to pay debts. Okay, but remember now, in these expenses, all right, in these expenses, what do I have? I've got things like site meals, okay, that I can get rid of that. Just take salt, tomato sauce, whatever, lighten up those site meals. But I can save 1,700, so immediately I'm already saving on my budget without it actually having to do too much. Okay. Also, no, let's go one at a time, otherwise I'm going to confuse everybody. Okay, so now you must remember, I don't have enough liquidity to pay my budget as it stands. I do have emergency money if I start selling off those offshore, etc. But there's going to capital gains tax, and maybe that's not something I want to do. Okay. And yes, I've got funds that are coming in, but first I want to see, can I do something for these clients without really having to touch much? Okay. So I go, look, perhaps what I should be looking at is getting rid of some debt. Because if I get rid of some debt, then my budget's going to be less. If my budget's less, then maybe my 111,000 is going to keep me alive a little bit longer because budget is less. Take into account that obviously my living annuity is going to be there, whether Renee is retrenched or not, it's going to be always there. So the income that I need can be reduced. Okay. Then I kind of go, well, my current ratio, do I have sufficient current assets to meet my current liabilities? So what I've done is I've taken my lump sum, not lump sums, I've taken my savings account, I've taken my unit trust, etc., over my liabilities. I'm not looking very good, am I? For every rand that I owe, I only got 47 cents. I've got a problem. Okay, so if that debt is called in now, I've got a big problem. So I go, okay, but I am going to get cash flow coming in. Ah, look there. I got the tax right this time around, 5093, my word. So lump sums are going to be paid out, less my tax. So now I've got 631. All right, if I have to use that 631, because you know what? 5,193 tax, that is nothing, okay? And understand, of course I have to put it into a preservation fund because I need to retirement plan. I understand. But at this moment, I have a problem. So me thinking about retirement plan now for the next 6 months or 8 months, if I have all this debt and I can lose my house and I don't have food to feed my children, that's a bigger problem. Okay, so my mind is going, maybe we pay the 5,000 rand. That's not bad at all. Okay, I've got 631,000. If I now add that to all my other current assets that I have, I'm now in a far better situation because now I've got 92 cents for every rand. Okay, now that, you know, I can breathe a little bit, right? So then I go, well, if we've taken all our cash and investments and we pay off all our debt, because remember they've got all these funny little debts sitting there, all right? What could I be saving in terms of monthly budget? Of course, the bond repayment, you'd have to do a little bit of a mortgage thing, amortization, because I'm not going to save the whole bond repayment, okay? But I didn't go into that detail. I think you're left with like 100,000 to pay off. I'm saving everything in yellow. Okay, so I'm saving my bond repayment, my Jeep Toyota. I'm also, remember, I've got that 1,700 as well. I'm getting rid of the credit card and I'm getting rid of the clothing account. So I've used money, paid off debt. I'm saving quite a bit of money, okay? Then, also don't forget, if I am cashing in my investments, I've also reduced 200,000. Oopsie, bad color. I've reduced 200,000. But this worries me. That's why it's in red. Okay, because what I've done is I have taken away your investments at the moment because I need them to get rid of crazy little debt that's costing you a lot of money, and your investments are not performing at that very same rate. But in doing so, yes, I am saving you money, but part of that saving is this 2,000 rand that you were contributing towards saving, and I don't want that to disappear. So although I've saved you 2,000 rand, I want you to reinvest that immediately. So it must remain part of your budget. I don't want it to get rid of you. Used to it, do that, okay? But if you can't do it for a couple of months, then I can understand that that is a savings that we have. Okay, so then I went further. I've spoken about that. And if I now look at what I've just done, okay, I have saved them 17,000 rand a month by taking their liquidity, taking their investments, and potentially their fund. So I have saved them 17,000 rand. Okay, so now they can live a little bit better because I kind of go, if this is the cash flow that is coming in terms of salary, okay, they're getting 43,000, but I've managed to reduce their budget to 36, okay, which is good. What they can then do is part of that, of course, is now reallocate that to education, retirement, the emergency. Of course, what you've got to do is take a look at priorities. What is the biggest priority at this moment? Maybe it is the medical aid, okay? Because then I can save that 3,000. This medical aid, expenses. Oh my word, did I not put medical aid expenses here? Oh, there it is. Okay, so perhaps I've increased it by 1.7, So I've saved 3, but I've increased it by 1.7. That might be an option to look at because now I can afford it. Okay, so I'm hoping that this is just, and then I've just done some cash flow. Okay, and then don't forget he's also got bonus end of January after tax. What do I do with 57,420? Well, maybe that goes into the savings. Maybe that's going to be part of the savings towards the car. Maybe that's going to be part of the savings for my emergency fund. Now Renee starts earning 6,000 rand, so I've got a little bit of extra money. Okay, so I've just given you sort of thought patterns that what you can do with a client who comes to you and has this huge financial problem is to basically dissect everything they have and do proper planning. I'm not saying you're not doing it, okay, but a lot of times our aim, because of the way the profession runs, the contracts that we have to keep, etc., we have to sell something. Okay, so our tendency is going to be to take that money, put it into preservation fund, to say, oh, if you die now, you don't have sufficient life cover. I agree, they don't. But can I just throw them into preservation funds, etc., when they have potential liquidity problems? I don't know. Okay, so I've put some thought patterns, think about it. Yeah, and let's see what happens in your case study. Maybe it's not going to be as bad as mine, okay? But take a look at what's in your case study. Okay, so that's cash flow, budget, things to think about, what is coming in, what's going out, when I have to look at that car, etc. Is it a need? Do I have to? Is it a want, etc.? So let's look at wills. Although you don't have a will, I'm not going to go into wills per se, but let's just look at, because you always have a estate plan, and a estate plan means there will always be a will. Hopefully, if there's no will, then you must understand that your estate plan calculation is going to be based on intestate. So then you need to understand how the Interstate Succession Act operates. So Renee just goes, I leave my Sandton apartment to Tyler. Of course, that came from her dad. Tyler is still a minor. I understand the difficulties of leaving certain assets as well as cash to a minor. Cash most definitely goes into the guardian fund. Fixed assets, not generally, but they will obviously look at the guardian if they might need security, etc. And as well as the Toyota. Well, if she had to die now, the Toyota probably won't work by the time Tyler can use it. So, yeah. But then she goes and says, or whichever car she may have at the time. Very good. She leaves the rest to Mimi, minor, residue. Inside that residue is clearly fixed assets again, and inside that is cash. So you got a guardian fund problem. Please understand that the guardian fund only comes into play in terms of assets and cash that goes into the deceased estate. So deceased administration, heavens, I can't think of the name of that act at the moment. Everything that regulates deceased estates. Then I'm looking at guardian fund when it goes devolves to minors. If I have a minor beneficiary on a life insurance policy, it does not go into the guardian fund because that money from the life insurance policy does not go into the deceased estate. So the Deceased Administration Act, I think I've just said it, the Deceased Administration Act does not govern life insurance monies that doesn't come into the deceased estate. It is a third-party agreement with the insurer and the beneficiary. So the insurer will pay it over to the minor in the minor's bank account. So the executor has to open up a bank account for a minor problem, the minor contract. So in a way, the guardian, the natural parent, or whoever you've nominated as a guardian, will have access to that money. But it does not go into a beneficiary fund, guardian's fund. There are debates about whether it's a good thing or not a good thing. it really depends who your client is, okay? And she leaves savings accounts to Warren. So that's fine. She's got a residual heir, which is great. So we don't have a problem with that. We just have a little bit of a concern that she's leaving too many things to a minor. She's not leaving much to Warren, but then again, they did say that when she dies, he doesn't have much to worry about. I would reconsider that because he's a potential maintenance of surviving spouse's claim. So that is important to look at. When I look at Warren, his will says he leaves the primary residence to Paul, which is obviously at this stage a minor. Okay, so, and oh my word, what about Renee? But look, they're creating a usufruct. He leaves the primary residence to Paul, but Renee and Mimi must use it until Renee dies or marries. Here's some of your crazy conditions, okay? Maybe against public policy, which means what? The whole thing devolves upon to Renee. What is that when something fails? It's not a word that I had to remember for today. It just dawned on me. So he leaves the primary residence to Paul, but Renee and Mimi must use it until Renee dies or marries. If Renee marries before Mimi turns 21 years of age, then she and her new husband may continue to live in the residence until Mimi turns 21. Okay, that's fine. Now, Paul is the bare dominium. He's a minor. And those of you who don't know the difficulty of leaving a bare dominium to a minor, because every time something happens, very similar to leaving fixed property to a minor, then the master has to get involved, okay? And it's not something you're wanting to do on a regular basis. But the reason why I'm saying that is because, look, yes, this is a usufruct. Now, why am I touching on usufructs? My mind goes estate planning, saving of state duty. It's not a rich couple, don't have trusts. I can't have everything section 4Q. I can if I want to, but clearly that's not what they're wanting to do. And I don't think that's always the best for estate planning, is leave everything in terms of 4Q. They've got children from previous marriages that they want to look after, so they don't want to leave everything. So how do I actually save a little bit of estate duty? Well, usufructs are still very good, eh? I think SARS, yes, SARS doesn't like it. SARS wants to change it. But I haven't seen any form of comments or proposals since, I think, when? 2011, 2012, when there was a big issue about usufructs. So I think at the moment, usufructs might still be a good estate planning. But, again, look what I've done here, and I've done it just as a demonstration. I'm really not saying that this is what's going to happen in the exam. Maybe I don't want to see whether you know how to calculate a usufruct or not, CGT, bare dominion, blah. Maybe not. Maybe I just want to see whether you feel it's good for estate planning. Maybe I just want to see if you know that it is estate dutable. Maybe I want to see if you know that the bare dominion can actually bequeath his bare dominion to someone else where the usufruct can't. Okay, so maybe I'm testing different aspects of limited interest or whatever it is. So I've already given you information, which means please don't go and calculate it. So if I say to you, what is the value of the usufruct should Paul die or Renee die? Okay, I've probably given it to you. Don't go and recalculate it. And that, I think I've emphasized it now more than enough, that you read and you read and you read and you look at everything that's given to you. Important. If it's given to you, you don't assume. It's given to you as facts. Work with those facts and move on. Don't start changing facts and making assumptions. You're going to lose marks. 50% at least will just disappear. Important, okay? Then I've also just added on that the Jeep goes to Paul, Sun Certification goes to Paul, and Mimi in equal shares, and then the residue goes to Renee. So at least I've also got a residual heir, so there's nothing wrong from that perspective. And the only problem is, of course, I have to worry about minors. Now, if I had to go and say, identify risk, that's just part of planning, is risk management, okay? Identify risks. Of course, you'd go back. You'd take a look at things like, I've not once spoken about severe illness. I don't have education policies in place whatsoever. I'm just trying to remember all the things I've put in place that you can pick up as risks. Of course, the debts that you have is a risk. The risk of the needs versus the wants. The fact that I've got dependents. Look, there's very little in terms of risk profile here because they've not been interested in risk profile. So, and you don't always need a risk profile. Your examiner doesn't have to say, oh, by the way, they are very conservative. I can just pick up here from what my client is doing at the moment, the type of funds, the type of asset allocation I should be giving my clients. I've looked at their objectives when they need money out. They've got education that they have to deal with, and some is now, some is in a few years' time, some is like 5 or 6 years' time. See, the terms are short. So, yes, maybe they are risk averse and they want a lot of risk, but the term is short. It's 2 years, 5 years, 6 years. Under no circumstance would I put them into high-risk funds, because why? High-risk funds need quite a bit of time so you can all the ups and downs. If you can take all those ups and downs, otherwise I put you into equities 100% in a year's time, you need money. Trust me, whether you're risk averse or not, you ain't going to be happy. Okay, so I don't need to be told the client is conservative or not. I'm one of those that go according to life stages and terms. If I need something for retirement, I've got 30 years to go, of course I'm going to put you into something that's a risk, because we can live through all the down times, all the bad times, etc. But if you need money for education in 2 years' time, no, I'm not going to do that to you. I'd rather put you into a little bit more conservative stuff that I know that you are going to make a bit of money. Unfortunately, sometimes making a little bit of money conservative can also do higher in terms of tax, because you're looking at interest in dividends instead of maybe capital gains. But that's what you've got to look at in terms of products, different types of investments and products and shares and property for your client, depending on the analysis that you have just completed for your client. So, ladies and gents, that is actually the case study, and I think it's because I have an extremely, extremely intelligent bunch. You've not given me lots of questions, so it kind of goes, well, of course, in that case, I have done it all in time. I'm just going through some of my notes that was sent through to you. I think FBI has confirmed 100 times that they did send these notes to you, so I don't think there should be any problems from that perspective. And you'll notice that I've given you all the products that are held by life insurers in terms of the 5-fund approach. I've spoken to you about the taxation. I don't think we're going to get trusts in this exam. I don't know, but what I've also done is I've said to you, if you are selling or recommending that your client gets any form of investments, even the voluntary annuity, by the way, any form of investments that sit on the 5-fund approach, important to understand if a company, not a company, if my trust is the owner, I've got to see which fund, how are they going to be taxed, and it's important to see if my beneficiaries are all natural people. If they're all natural people, I go into the individual policyholder fund. If they're not all natural people, then I go into the company policyholder fund. That's important because the taxation is different. So it's crazy to then go and tell your client, no, let the trust own an endowment, and then the beneficiaries are not all natural people. The tax becomes heavy. Okay, so consider that. I've given you your retirement funds, your annuities, etc. So you'll see that that is all on that page. Mine says page 9, so I don't know what your page is. Then I went into products that are outside of retirements, life insurance. Okay. I know I've given you that. I have given you that, yes. Sorry, it's not on. I'm just taking a look at what page that is. I thought it was immediately, but I'll get there. So I've given you that formula about over and under insurance and subrogation. I think there's basics that you need to know from a guideline point of view, yes, I've given you a lot on use of rights. Those are just examples because who dies, who the creator is, what happens with the estate duty, what happens with capital gains. You know what? Those notes I already have. I give it to my postgrad guys. And I thought, there's nothing wrong with just giving it to you just in case, because you will have a estate planning exercise. And of course, what I've also done, page 20, I've given you capital gains tax on death, how it flows in terms of the deceased and then the deceased estate, and then when the heirs, third parties, especially your spouse, who carries over the base cost. I've showed you that so that when I have to do estate plan, capital gains, you must understand, even though these things are not under consideration, there's no ways that you have to do a whole financial planning and you're not going to be asked to do estate planning, capital gains tax, and income tax calculation. That's just standard. I would be prepared for that, guys. I wouldn't ignore it only because it's not under special considerations. Okay. Then, of course, page 21, I've given you all the life insurance. Should I divorce? Should I die? If your client is married, with the accrual, so that you understand what comes into the accrual. I have said opinions differ, but generally that has been the standard thought pattern. Then I've given you estate duty apportion. Where there are spelling errors, please forgive me. Estate duty apportion, why do I give that to you? Because it's very important when you're doing estate duty liquidity. Because remember, the estate for estate duty, you have certain people are responsible for that duty. Although the executor first pays it, he then goes and collects it. So less liquidity needed for the estate. So I've given that. I've then given you a beautiful little example. I say they're all beautiful. Retirement fund contributions and estate duty. I do not think there's going to be a trust involved, but just in case you're needing to understand, I've given you the taxations of trust as well as your attribution rules. They're all there, capital gains tax specific. We've got our new section 7, which is our deemed donation. I've explained to you how it works and the trust that is not applicable to in case I get a trust, and in case you make a recommendation for a trust. Okay, do you make a recommendation in terms of testamentary trust? Do you make recommendations in terms of an inter vivos? If you do inter vivos, how does the trust create wealth? Are you going to do a loan? Are you going to do a donation? So I thought everything's there. Then I went into the taxation of investments. I've looked at the general investments that I suppose are out there. Satrix, your index funds are quite popular. Of course, there were unit trusts. I've gone into REITs. Not that everybody does REITs, strange enough, but I went into that as well. Just know that any income or dividend that comes from REITs is not exempt for income tax. It is fully taxable as if it was income. Then, of course, I did future and forward and future and option and future contracts. That depends on how risky your client actually is, okay? Because one is over-the-counter type derivative, and that has a huge, huge risk because it's not well regulated. The other one is well regulated. So, you know what? It was part of the postgrad. For the first time, I've seen these type of investment vehicles in the postgrad. And the fact that you've got in your guidelines this whole thing about understanding investments, etc., I thought, let me give it to you. Nothing wrong. In case you have it, then it's done. And, of course, a little bit about tracker funds. Then I've given you the whole lump sum payments. What I've also done is I've given you the extract of exchange control T, because a lot of financial planners still say to me that I'm incorrect when it comes to retirement policies, retirement annuity policies. When a client wants to formally immigrate, the retirement policy's got to be in place for 5 years before you can do that, before you can take out the lump sum. Okay? Then I've just gone into who gets taxed in terms of divorce, all that stuff, contributions. I just want to see that I did correct for you. If you go, I think it's on my page 34. I don't know what your page is, but it is under contributions for retirement. So the heading starts tax implications on lump sum payments. Then you've got divorces, annuity income. Then I've got contributions. And the far right-hand column, where it says important, Provident Fund contributions have never, up until 29th Feb 2017, been deductible. Please make sure that that reads 2016. I don't know if I've corrected it before I send it through to you or not. Then I've got your retirement plan calculation, the type of retirement funds, so you understand that. And of course, I've given you a little bit about business insurance, just in case you get that. At least you got notes. I've given you your waiting periods on your medical aid, a little bit of demarcation, the differences between insurance cover, gap cover, etc. And then I've given you how you do medical aid contributions and tax. And I've given you some financial ratios that you may just need to use for your exams. And that, ladies and gents, comes to the end of this webinar. I am not going to switch off immediately. I'm going to wait to see if there are perhaps any questions that come through, because it is Fatima that has got to send it through to me. So I'm going to wait a little bit. So you are free to perhaps send me any questions that you may have. If you don't have any questions, I'm hoping that there are questions. I notice there are questions coming through. But for those of you that want to now, I was going to say go away for the weekend. It's only Thursday. But those of you who are happy with the webinar so far and you don't want to wait any longer, by all means, you are free to switch off. And I'm going to wish you now lots of luck and also lots of fun in the exam. But I am going to be reading the other questions that I have. Okay, so I go. So I've got, Luke has got a question, and then I've got another question from Katerina. So Luke says, where did Santon flat come from? Where did the Santon flat come from? You know, Luke, I'm going to tell you now, I hope it didn't come from another case study that I got confused about. So let's just double check this. I thought I had said right at the beginning that the dad died and left things for Tyler, but there was no money left. And then I was meant to have put in terms of assets that there was a Santon flat. So look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'll reread my own case study again, because I know that when I was typing this whole thing out, I did specifically put in there about the Santon apartment, and that's why under the will I did give it to Tyler. But maybe I left it out. Maybe in my mind I knew, but maybe I left it out, so I'll just double check that. Thank you so much for that. Then I've got Katerina says, is it Katerina? Let me just see. I just want to open this up a little bit. I'm going to, okay, I've got a couple of questions coming through. So let me just open up this window, because otherwise it makes it difficult. Okay. I noticed that unlike in previous years, they have not mentioned specific cases or phase on that ruling. Are there any specific ones you would recommend we study in preparation? Katerina, there have been a lot of ombudsman's ruling. There also a lot of pension fund adjudicator ruling. But I think if I take a look at how they've worked things out in the past, okay, they have specifically, when they wanted some form of case law, they have specifically mentioned it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to have something, because they do have FBI Code of Ethics, practice standing, incorporating rules of conduct. So that means that, you know, they could actually touch on any particular case. Is there anything that comes to mind immediately about something really bad that has happened? No, but nothing stopping you from going onto the Ombudsman website and just take a look at the last maybe 2-3 months of cases. Okay, nothing stands out in my mind, I must admit, because you always get to hear. You see, the thing is, if you read the paper quite a bit, all the bad cases tend to come in the newspaper. Okay, because then that was really something bad that person did. There's a lot more that is not reported on, but the real bad ones. And I must admit, I don't think I have seen anything for about 6 months, not that I can recall. So no, unfortunately, Katerina, nothing that comes to mind. If I am aware of something, I will try and put everything together when I give it to Fatima, because I know Fatima doesn't like sending you guys too many correspondence or documents, because you start getting lost as well. So, but I will take a look at that. Then I've got also, when you calculate the taxable income for the purposes of calculating Section 11K deduction, so that's the retirement fund deduction, one must include capital gains to derive at the figure. Quite right. Does one also include the taxable portion of business allowances? You know, yes. Because if I go back, where did I have retirement planning? Let me just see if I've got here retirement planning. Oh, yeah. So if I go back to this little drawing, okay, Section 11K actually, well, I'm so glad you asked this question, because there's something else that I must tell you quickly. Section 11K actually tells you in a way what order we should be looking at. So it does go and say, you're going to take a look at gross income, which clearly includes remuneration. I'm going to do my exemption. I'm doing 11A. Before my 11K deduction, I actually have assessed losses that comes in there. Okay, so I'm reducing my 27.5%, basically. Then I'm going to do 11K deductions, but remember, although my 11K deduction actually comes before allowances, CGT, and donation, I have to first work out taxable income before I get that amount. In my taxable income for retirement purposes, I add Section 8 allowances, I add taxable capital gain, I do not take donation into account. So you can see donation is part of taxable income, but 11K says you do not take that into account. And 11K also says that in that year of assessment, if you have received any lump sum as a result of a severance benefit, a withdrawal benefit, or a retirement benefit, you cannot take that lump sum into account for the 27.5% for the taxable income. Now you can ask, but why would I even include lump sum? You must understand lump sums is actually gross income. It's actually gross income at the top there. It's just that it gets taxed in the different tax tables. So what SARS is saying, I mean, this sounds crazy, but you really have two little tables. Gross income for income tax goes there, lump sum for lump sum taxation goes there. But it forms part of gross income. So Treasury, the legislator is kind of going, just for this purpose, only for the 11K purpose, you're not going to take donation and lump sums into account. Okay. Once I've determined what my 27.5% is and whatever my deduction is, then I just go back and I redo my calculation by putting my retirement deductions there. Then I add my allowances, I do my donations, and off I go. So that's really how the process works. So I hope I helped that one there as well. Then I have another question that says, on my page 7, oopsie. On my page, sorry, as a question pops up, I lose the other one. On my page 17, usufruct examples, bold heading, the state duty value of the usufruct for the mother who dies. Where does the 15,100 come from? As initial value is Jacqueline, students, I can tell you one thing. Remember at the beginning I said to you, I don't understand how I'm a tax practitioner because I'm not very good with figures. Jacqueline, I'm going to double check that. But you know what? It probably is just when I carried over. You know what our public protector says? That something was a typo. So if I just look at your figures 15.1 and then I went 15, that just could be the way I typed. But you're the first one to pick that up. I'm concerned that all my other students didn't pick it up. So let's look here. I did do 15 million. I don't want to say studies value of the property time with mother's death was 15 million. No. Jacqueline, it was actually not an error at all on my part. Okay. So what I've done here is I've used very similar values. So I've kind of originally, when the creator created it, so go back to page 16, originally when the creator created it, the value of the property was 15 million. So I've got to calculate the usufruct as well as the bare dominion on the value of the property at the death of the creator. That was 15 million. Then when you go to page 17, you'll see at the top it says, we assume that the mother dies a few months later, where the value of the holiday home has increased slightly to 15.1. Now I've got to calculate anything in the mother's estate. I've got to calculate at the market value of the property at the death of the mom. Okay, so that's why that 15.1 is there. And then I went further and I said, so now we're page 18, and I said, if we continue with the above, but this time assume that the son, the bare dominion hold, dies before the mother, and for this exercise, the market value remains at 15.1. Okay, so it is a different market values at the date of death. All right, so that is where that 15 and 15.1 came in. 15 original one about the creator, and then 15.1 on death. Sorry, I'm giggling at the same time because I've just seen a comment saying good one about the public protector. Well, I'll tell you, I could qualify as a public protector because I've got a lot of typos. But that's a good comment. Thank you. The next one says, hi, Carmen. Do we need to study behavioral finance? Regards, Mark. Do we need to study financial? I think maybe not study that you know it off by heart. But I'll tell you what, if any of you noticed what I did, I went and said that Warren put in some money into a foreign exchange directly, pound, just pound-based, the currency. And then next to it, I said that he inherited this money from his mom or from his parents, and he thought he'd play a little bit. That's financial, that is behavioral finance, okay? Because you must remember, I'm prepared to risk money that I did not work for, when the money that I worked for, I'm not too keen on losing that. So that is behavioral finance. So it can come in as subtle as that, Mark. So I haven't made it totally obvious, but I think just know it, because it's part of planning. To me, it's like it's part of planning. Your client is giving you a whole lot of information. You can see where they're spending their money, when they're not spending their money, how they treat certain parts of their money, if they compartmentalize or not. So just know it, okay? I don't think it's going to be a very obvious question, but just know about that. Okay, and I think that is the last question. Thanks, Kirsten, because I was going to wait and see. That it was the last question that was received. I'm going to give you my email, carmenpainter@discoverymail.co.za. I'm just going to reiterate that, and I agree totally with FPI when it comes to this, that I cannot bombard you with too many documents. Okay, so I can't every couple of days say, please send this to the students, please send this to the students. You know that this is a board exam. You're responsible for doing your own research. If you send me emails, I'll answer to you directly. If you want to copy those answers to your group, then you must please create a group where you are communicating with one another. What I'm going to be sending to the FPI is these notes that I've just worked on. I've copy-pasted onto a Word document because I was so scared of losing any more information last night. I'm going to try and put little headings to it so that you know exactly where I'm coming from. And then, of course, if you have any questions on those notes, please email me. Try very hard not to phone me, because if you phone me, you must understand I lecture for the postgrads, individual brokerages. I'm a tax practitioner. I'm a financial planner. So that call just comes in at the wrong time and I'm not paying attention to everything you're saying. The answer could just be incorrect. Okay. So email is so much better because, it's, when I have that time, I can read through it and we can communicate from that perspective. So I hope you do understand that. But otherwise, ladies and gents, it was lovely having you with me this morning. Thank you, Kirsten, about my email. It was really nice to have you this morning. Thank you for those questions. Always nice to be challenged and to sit and consider. There is one thing that I know definitely I must research. And, all the best. You can do it. You have all the knowledge. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Find an exam technique. Read all the information that's given to you. Understand what's asked of you. Don't generalize. You are dealing with the client. Okay? If the client is 6 years old, you've got to make recommendations for a 6-year-old. If the client is 25, you've got to look at recommendations for the client 25. This all sounds like grade 1 stuff. But when we're in that exam, we panic, we lose time, we're not thinking. So you have to find a way to deal with it. All the best, ladies and gents, and I'd like to know when you have passed, because pass you definitely will. Enjoy.